All right, you're off mute. Your screen's sharing. I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Sweet.
Signing in.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need anything.
Will do. Thank you.
I'm going back to my little high hill.
You don't want to stay?
What do I need to do a CMA for?
Who knows? I might need support.
Support. What flavor you got? Peach? You ever
Yeah.
make a Bellini?
Is that like a?
It's like peach. It's like a cocktail.
No, I'd heard about that one, but I don't think
It's
we
one of
ever
those
got it.
European ones. My
Oh,
boyfriend, it's like his favorite one.
of Zen?
Yeah, he ordered this one.
You have to get it from Europe?
Yeah. He like has some website where he orders, you can order like 20s on there or something insane.
I don't need all that, but
Like they have a bunch of cool flavors. Like they have.
well, they just released some in the States because I was waiting on the peach, but I saw the Bellini. But like 2 weeks ago, they dropped peach, dragon fruit, or dragon berry, a bunch of crazy stuff.
You like it?
I like the
What's
peach.
your favorite?
I bounce back and forth between peach and is it mint?
Mint.
Cool mint. Cool mint. No, cool mint.
Simple man.
Simple. Man, creature of habit. Whoa.
Yeah. But like you started a graph, you're like making the probably. I wouldn't worry about this as much as. But maybe I have to over. We just say that.
Like, yikes. Whoa. Oh, wow. I'm doing the wrong password. In case somebody else wants to join us. But if we haven't already met, my name's Dustin Ward. I've had my license since 2017. I built my business early The ways that Keller Williams preaches. Took me a little while to heed that advice though. So I listed a lot of expired sports of my owners in 2018, ended up selling about 26 of those, with some buyers in between that, of course. But I got to a certain point where I was going to so many appointments, right? Good problem to have that I didn't have a lot of time to run the numbers prior to. So I like to be prepared before I go into a situation with a seller because if you crush that first appointment, you know the price, everything else is a lot easier. So in order to get efficient with that, I've established some workflows, customized the MLS, got real familiar with that system, master your tools, and have apparently got enough to teach this class for a couple of years. So hopefully you learn something today. We'll go over the basics and then we'll work through a CMA on the actual property at the end of class. So on that note, does anyone have an address or a property that they want to price and they feel comfortable working through that? Fine, takers, Sarah?
You can do walnut.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, I don't know if that's good.
I don't know.
I'll pick one up here. So if anyone's got a buyer looking for a ranch home, 3 bed, 2 bath, sub 400 here in Lexington, that is a listing that we have coming up on the 34404. It's gonna be priced somewhere between 350 to 360. I'm trying to think of an easier one, because I've already priced that one out. It's simple, but there are some wrinkles there that make it a little more complicated.
Okay.
Brandon might be a good one. What was that address? Oop, I don't think we're wrong.
553 Brennan Meadow Road.
153. Brandon. Meadow. Road. And that's Nicholasville?
Yeah, unless you got some for Sheridan to do.
I do, but that one's tough and that's Sparker Woods. They just bought it like 12 months ago, so. All right, so the tools that we'll be using on the computer today, primarily Flex MLS. So if you want to follow along with me while we're working through that CMA, you're more than welcome to. Go ahead and sign into Flex, open that up. Now, at any point, if I'm going too fast, just stop me. I'm not going to be offended by it. I probably need to take a breather anyways if we get to that point. So we're going to be using the MLS. We're also going to be using the PVA. So one quick way to navigate to the PVA is not down there. But if you go to FayettePVA.com or really just Google any county followed by the word PVA, you should be able to find your way around. Fayette counties look something like this. You do have a login as part of your membership at Bluegrass MLS. So if you haven't logged into that site yet, you don't know where to start, contact them. They'll be able to help you. But the PVA is usually a good source of information, or at least cross-referencing who owns a property legally. Just note that the PVA isn't always accurate. It's not 100% the gospel. Usually the owner names are pretty accurate, but it's not to say sometimes they're not. I've had at least one situation where it said someone on the property, However, when we did a title search, we couldn't find any legal document or instrument tying that owner to the property whatsoever. More so in rural areas. Fayette County, you should be fine. So this is what the Fayette County PVA looks like. Now, if you want to find all the memberships that we have to each county's PVA, just click the arrow by your name, navigate to my account, and this will list all the PVA websites that we have access to. Now, any that you navigate to and you find you don't have access that's not on this list right here, there are separate options to purchase those. You can purchase those on daily. You can purchase some records, or you can purchase a monthly option there. So before I jump into the flow of things, do any of y'all have any specific questions that you want to clarify today? Sarah? Nothing? All right. Well, before I get too far in, do you have access to the MLS yet?
Yes.
Okay. So remind me your name? Peyton. My apologies. Peyton, you were at the last class, if I'm not mistaken. I gave access to my view on the MLS. Were you able to like activate that on yours?
I don't know if I did do that. Are you talking about? Are you saying I can access your view on my computer?
Well, like the view, I'll show you here in a second when it loads. So like all the different columns. Well, that's a terrible one. Let me pull up Mathern Trail here. So I've added a bunch of extra columns so that I can quickly distinguish between, what comparable cells, maybe add value or take value away from the subject property, things like primary on the first floor. If it's got a basement, how much finished area is in that basement, so forth and so on. So moral of the story, I'm going to go ahead and share that with everybody in class and walk you through how to set that up if you find it beneficial. So
Okay, yeah, I don't think I did it last time, but I would like to.
okay. So what I'm gonna do is, this is the title of it. So this is what you'll have to, it'll look similar to this, but this is the title you're looking for. So I'm gonna give it to, I have to do it individually. So we'll start with you, Peyton. It may not let me if I've already shared it with you. What's your last name? Maybe I didn't give it to you last time. Now you have it. Sarah, you should have it,
Yeah.
but I'm going to walk you through that in just a second. Who else do we have in here? Mariah, what's your last name? And in the back, glasses. What's your name?
Grant, I don't, or
Oh, you don't work here?
I'm only 14.
Oh, I got you. Well, you look older than 14, my guy.
I'm kind of trade.
Well, that's good. You can buy alcohol for your high school.
That's not happening. I won't drink alcohol.
Well, good. That was a test. All right. So now on your end, navigate to the MLS, click menu. And within this menu, go down to preferences. Find my views, click that. And find the one that I just shared with you titled Detailed 2025. Let me know when you find it. Got it? Got it? Perfect. So edit, click edit.
Zero.
Perfect. Well, let me see. One's old, MLS, and one's for the G. One's got a period and one don't. Now click edit. And you will want to click save after you clicked edit. And now you'll have access to it. So when you navigate to a search, it'll still like your grid view here will look the same. It'll probably be something like this. I think this is the default view. I don't like those big bulky lines. I like the single line view. I can kind of compare more efficiently there. But to activate the one I just shared with you, click the drop down right here, right below stats. Highlight detailed 2025. Click that and it should switch to that view that I just shared with you. Now, if you want it in the one line, these two buttons right here will toggle back and forth between those two types of kind of configurations there for that same view. Everyone got that? Perfect. Absolutely. All right. So jumping into the fundamentals real quick. 3 types of value. Can anybody tell me what I mean when I say there's 3 types of value? What's one?
About 3 things that like status value,
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
like location.
We'll get to that. The 3 types of value. So anytime you hear a buyer or seller talking about value, what usually comes up? One's the assessed value, right? What is the assessed value?
What you're getting taxed on.
Right? What you're paying taxes on. What's another type of value?
Appraisal.
Appraisal value? What is that?
But the bank will allow you to loan for the house.
What is that now?
Did I say that right? What
What
the bank will allow you to loan for the house.
the bank, it's the value that the bank is willing to loan on,
Yeah.
right? Whether you're buying a house, you already own a house, you're looking to, maybe leverage some of that equity in your current home to get a loan to do something else with. But it's essentially a licensed appraiser has determined their opinion and value on the specific property. It's typically for the bank's purposes. Not always 100% of the time. Sometimes people get an appraisal just to see, what their home could sell for. That's very much like what we're going to do today, which we're going to do a CMA, a comparative market analysis. And that's usually what we do in place of what the bank does to determine the value of the property. Reason all this is important because the third thing is what? Market value. What is market value? If assessed value is for tax purposes, appraisal value is for banks, lenders. What do you think market value is for? Right today. Market value in a nutshell.
But a buyer will pay for the property.
What someone is willing to pay. Why are those important to distinguish? Sarah, have you ever met with a seller that brought up appraisal value? Have you ever met with a buyer that brought up assessed value? Well, what's the problem there?
They're three completely different values of the home
Typically are, yes. Which one's the lowest?
assessed.
Okay. Some sellers will even bring up, well, my property is assessed for 300 grand. Well, that's great. Is that what you want to sell for?
So
Right.
that'd be great.
So this one. Assessed value is typically the lowest. Needs to be trash. Which one's the highest?
The appraisal,
That's the highest?
not all the time,
Not
but
all the time. Okay. But usually,
yeah,
typically the highest. Which makes market value where? Somewhere in between.
yeah.
Well, here's the funny thing about appraisals. Is it depends on what you're getting that appraisal for. And I know that sounds funny. Cause it is funny. We've got a property under contract right now that has been appraised 2, maybe 3 times in the past 90 days. Do you think all 3 of those appraisals were identical?
No.
So, appraisal number 1 was for the current owner's refinance, or, you know, they're selling their house to buy another one, so they got an appraisal to determine, you know, how much to expect from the proceeds for that next time, for when they go purchase. For the sake of the example, that came in at 400. And then, I can't remember what the second appraisal was for, but we went up, I think 30K above the highest appraisal that they had received prior to us entering the market. And we got a buyer at that price. Their appraiser came out and met that price. So who's wrong?
The first appraisal.
I don't know, right? It's all subjective. So that's the moral of the story for the appraisals, because I've had a few instances in the past that sellers have gotten hung up on their appraisal value. Yet we go to the market and we spend month after month after month at that price, or somewhere, you know, within that price point. It's just activity in the market rejects it. Right? So I think it's important to distinguish between the 3 types of value. That way you can navigate those conversations and reach the outcome your clients ultimately wanting sooner rather than later. Supply and demand. We'll get to that in just a second. What are the 3 factors that influence price?
That would be location, condition.
3 factors influence price. Peyton already said location. I don't know if you said it 3 times, but number 2 was condition.
Size,
There you go. Now, what do I mean by all that? Well, typically, those 3 fundamentals, I like to refer back to anytime I'm working with a buyer and we're just not finding what they're looking for. We spend, you know, weeks, months on end, sometimes years. And the issue with that is that the market essentially never falls through the floor, that person that is identified to you what they're looking for, the odds of them finding it are getting lower and lower. So what I mean by that is, if I've got a client that's looking like, they want a single family house. They've identified a few neighborhoods that they want to be in. Their budget is $300,000. We spend 3 months. We look at a few houses. It doesn't match what they're looking for. They rate them, 5 out of 10 for what they're looking for. What do you think? That conversation should look like to help them become more flexible and maybe consider other options, maybe open up other options. Would it be one of these 3 things usually?
Yeah, they need to compromise on maybe a different location,
Maybe a different location,
maybe a different size,
maybe a different size.
or the condition, all three.
Well, sometimes most buyers aren't willing to budge on certain things, right? And to each their own. Their budget's their budget, most oftentimes, right? That's what the bank's willing to give them to go buy a house, so that is what it is. In addition, if they're not willing to put any sweat equity in, do any DIY or do very minimal, that's okay, right? Because that takes in money after they purchase it, and maybe they have need. So that really leaves you with size and location. So I like to start with size. Hey, I know when we initially met, you said you were looking for 3 bedrooms. What is it that you need the 2 extra bedrooms for? Would you be open to maybe 2 bedrooms with a flex space? Or just 2 bedrooms, right? Or instead of 2 full bathrooms, would you consider 1 and 1/2? Right? Well, we adjust that in the criteria, very well could open up a whole another handful or 2 handfuls of options. But location being the most influential, if you can get flexibility around that, maybe they'll consider other areas of Lexington, maybe they'll consider Winchester, maybe they'll consider Nicholasville. What's important about being in Lexington? How far are you willing to commute? To work, school, whatever that may be. But those are pretty much 3 fundamental factors that influence price. And we'll visit some of that today. So, there's little sub factors within each of these. So for instance, location, what do you think goes into making one location more valuable than another?
Schools, parks.
Jobs. Anything else?
Same.
Safety. Gotta be careful with that one.
Same.
Yeah. Because the fact of the matter is there are no 100% guaranteed safe areas, right? Crime doesn't discriminate. It can happen anywhere. It just tends to happen at a higher rate in more dense areas. So typically I tell people when they bring something, a concern like that up to me, well, going to Hillsville doesn't discriminate. Typically, no matter what city you're in, the more you move downtown, the more densely populated it becomes, more people, more stuff's gonna happen. So just be cognizant of that. And I'm gonna share a link with you that it's gonna give you access to the crime map. You can filter the different types of crimes and see which areas that you may wanna, steer clear of or you wanna target. So we talked about 3 factors that influence price, the 3 types of value. Next one, I take for granted, but nonetheless, supply and demand. Everyone knows how that works. What is supply?
How much you have?
How much of you have something that's available to the public? So in our industry, what would that be?
Homes
What do you need?
for people to live in.
Homes for people to live in. That's a perfect way to put it.
We don't have much. But the demand is high,
Uh-huh.
because we have all kinds of buyers out here that can't find a home.
They can't find a home? Are they hiding? Are the homes hiding?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends on the price point, right? So homes available to live in, AKA seller inventory. Sellers willing to sell, builders willing to build and sell, right?
Yeah,
And demand, simply put. People that want it. AKA buyers. So we talked about a few of the things that impact supply. Available sellers, people in a position that they can sell. And builders, building houses at a price that falls in sell. Demand, we buyers, what are some things that influence their affordability?
good job.
Job, okay. Employment. What else? Like debt. Debt. Or disposable income. What else? If job or debt doesn't change tomorrow, what's one thing that will make homes more affordable tomorrow? Mortgage rate. Right?
Yeah, right.
Because the higher the mortgage rate, the less people can borrow. Because that's based on their disposable income, their income after the debt's taken away. So mortgage rates affect the demand. Same way people's job, having a job. So long story short, there's ways to measure all that, right? To kind of get an understanding of the market. What does the economy look at to see if people are working? They measure that with the unemployment rate. Right, when the unemployment rate's high, how do they react to continue stimulating the economy? They tend to lower those rates. When debt's high and people are limited on the money that they can borrow and nobody's borrowing from the banks, how do they incentivize people to borrow in that situation? Well, they loosen parameters a little bit, lower rates so that people can afford them. Now, why am I bringing this up? I usually don't bring this up here in class. It's important, especially in a market that's kind of changing, to understand how these things kind of all behave together. Because the fact of the matter is, they're never going to catch, inventory's never going to catch up to demand. They're just, builders aren't gonna build houses if they're not selling. Alright, so one of the metrics that came out last week was pending sales for the month of June. They were down, and builder sentiment was down like 2 points. So that is more so their confidence to build those houses, right? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense for someone to build something if there's not a lot of certainty somebody will come by, because that costs them money to keep it. A lot of smaller builders kind of they got in a tough spot in 08, 09 when the housing bubble burst during that recession, because what they do is they over leverage oftentimes, so they'll borrow the bank's money to buy the lot. They'll borrow the bank's money to build the house. So they got all that overhead, so the longer they sit on that house without selling it, the more that overhead's gonna crush them and eat into their profits. So what happened in 08, 09? Some of those smaller builders had 4, 5, 10, 15 lots, houses built. Had to go belly up, and there were some opportunities that way. Some investors found package deals where they could buy 10 single family homes at a wholesale price, because the bank's not in the business of owning real estate. We're selling real estate. They prefer not to have to go that route. That's why some of these government backed programs, these loans like FHA, VA, USDA, have certain parameters, safeguards in place, like on the appraisal. If there's an exponential issue identified at that appraisal meeting, if it doesn't get addressed soon, it's gonna get worse with time. Things that get worse with time end up costing more money as time goes. So the government doesn't want to back that. If they gotta turn around in 6 to 12, 18 months and take the property back, that's not the overall goal of of those programs. So that's why they're a little more stringent on that appraisal piece. There's minimal property requirements that the property has to meet in order for the property to qualify for a loan. And in instances where that appraiser identifies something, that has to be repaired in order to close. So, going into how supply and demand impact price, when there's high supply, low demand, what does price typically do? Drop. Where's price the highest at? If supplies or if demand's huge, supply's super low, price is typically gonna go up, right? Price up. This right here is kind of a balanced market. This is where supply and demand intersect. Supply is the same level as demand, so prices tend to stabilize. And then when supply is super high and demand's low, what tends to happen with price? Drops, so it becomes more negotiable. The reason I point this out is because we're somewhere in the middle right now. Things are normalizing. It's not been the same market that it has been in the past 4 to 6 years. And that's important when we're working with buyers and sellers to understand that. And that's different at different price points. So at 300,000, that in Lexington, that may not be as true as homes listed at 600,000. There's more $600,000 homes than there are 300,000 in Lexington, Kentucky. So price is still moving aggressively on that lower price point, whereas at the higher price point, there's more negotiating going on. And historically, they've said the real estate market, anything more than 6 months is a buyer's market, and anything less than 6 months is a seller's market. Now, since there's been some real estate experts modify that to 3 months instead of 6 months. So what that means is 3 months typically a balanced market. Meaning there's really no true leverage to either the buyer or the seller. Of course, that's in an ideal world. Perfect conditions rarely exist. Less than 3 months. What kind of market is that? The seller's market. More than
Buyers.
we buyers. So technically, That is who has the leverage in each market. When there's a surplus or an excess of inventory supply. And there's not enough buyers to meet that because the unemployment rate is high, those rates are high. Then the buyers that are shopping tend to have an advantage.
So what is it like being in a buyer's market? Like, is there just no homes, or is it just a bunch of homes sitting and no one?
Bunch of home city, I mean, for the most part. Kind of
So
like
it's
what
not
we,
that they're overpriced.
everything's got a price.
So we're always told though, if your house is on the market for longer than this many days, more than likely you're overpriced. Does that still take into consideration when it's a buyer's market?
Absolutely, all things considered. It's just the time in which it takes to find out if you're overpriced. Because if homes in a certain area are selling within 2 months.
Even in a buyer's market?
I would say the latter point of 2018, going to 2019 was shifting to that. And then COVID happened, kind of threw a wrench in everything, those rates fell through the floor. They kept them too low for too long to stimulate the economy during the pandemic. Long story short, we're navigating towards that balance point, and at some price point, like think about COVID, think about 2021. Some of the deals you were doing then. Like you didn't have time to do comps. You barely had time to show the house before the seller accepted the contract. Now, how do you compare that to today?
I don't know, I kinda wish it was 2021 again.
Yeah, well, as long as you've got strong, solid buyers that can make, offers with little or no resistance, you know, so back then, could a buyer shopping 300 and less that needs 10K in closing costs, what's the likelihood of them buying something?
No, they gotta go.
Perfect example of a seller's market, right? At
Yeah,
that point in time. Now today,
you can get that,
you can get that,
maybe.
maybe, depending on the situation. If the house hits the market, it's priced correctly
Price.
and condition fits, it's gonna sell. It's the stuff that isn't priced right. It needs a lot of work, because right now, over the accumulation of the past 6 years, there's been so much inflation, so much consumer debt. And the real estate prices have just kept going up and up, and it's outpaced people's wages, right? People aren't making more money because everything around them is costing them. So what happens is the market gets price sensitive, and that's where we've been for the past probably 12 months at the very least. What I mean by that is they're not just price sensitive to the list price, but they're also price sensitive to what it needs in terms of repairs and updates. So if you've got a double whammy where you're overpriced and it needs a lot of work, you need to be tracking the market and making adjustments after you have a clear conversation with your client. Same thing if you've got a buyer out there. There's houses for sale. There's buyers buying, right? So if we're not finding the houses where we're going to look at some of these houses that hit your search and they're just not fitting your criteria, then we need to have a conversation around your criteria, right? Because what are we gonna expect to change? The market? It is changing. But what does that mean? It just means buyers have more leverage when it comes to negotiating, not just the initial contract, but during due diligence, during inspections. Because before, you told me, Sarah, that buyers that needed closing, seller pay closing costs couldn't even compete 4 years ago. Do you think if they could get a contract, or the other people that could compete, do you think they were negotiating during inspections?
Yeah,
You think they were
no, probably not.
4 years ago?
No, you take it as is.
You take it as is. Sometimes you don't even get an inspection. Whereas today, you're not just negotiating the seller to cover closing costs on the front end, but now you're negotiating repairs, your due diligence. See how those two markets kind of vary significantly?
Yeah,
So back then was an extreme seller's market. Today, what would you call it? Still seller's market to a degree,
Yeah, but buyers can negotiate.
but buyers can negotiate. So if this trend continues another 6 to 12 months, what could happen?
It could turn into a buyer's market.
It turns into a buyer's market. And heck, if we look at the MLS long enough, at certain price points, might be able to argue that the buyer's market today at certain price levels. If it meets 3 months of inventory. So we'll get into like days on market, same thing as like months of inventory. So if by the end of the CMA today, if the average days on market in a Walnut Creek neighborhood is 90 days, we're at a balance point in the market. Right? But now if it's 30 to 45 days, that's a month and a half. We're still less than that 3 month balance point. But if we look at like 500, 600,000 or a million, shoot, there were like 10 houses a year that sold for $1 million back in 2017 in Lexington. Now there's probably 30 or 40. Why do I know that? Because I talked to some expireds then. They were like, well, how many $1 million houses have you sold? Well, if you're looking for somebody that specializes in $1 million houses in basic Kentucky, I'd like to know who they are. Because there's not a single agent that has sold more than one at that time. When can we meet? Right. So that's it for the fundamentals. Let's look at Walnut Creek real quick. So the first thing I'm going to do is pull up the subject property. How I'm going to do that, I'm going to do an address search. Type in the house number 4404. And for the street, I'm going to type in Walnut. And this will pull any listing record in the MLS associated with that single property. Why do I want to look at all of them? If there's more than one, I'll be able to identify any discrepancies. Yep. So there's 3 records here, all dated from as early as 2004, as most recent as 2014. More importantly, I want to look at discrepancies in beds, baths, living area, just to make sure the house hasn't grown in size. Maybe, maybe it had a basement, maybe the seller finished that. That would, confirm and justify why a house has gotten bigger. Now, in this situation, the only discrepancy was with the original record. And the last 2 were 1800. So I feel more confident using 1800. One way to cross-reference that would be go to detail, parcel number. There's a link there. If you click that, it'll take you to the PBA record for that specific property. Log in if you haven't already. Click that. ID, and here is the PVA record for 4404 Walnut Creek. You can see anything from the zoning, the neighborhood, the PVA neighborhood, the owner info, and some of the criteria. The criteria on the PVA website is usually the least accurate. I can't emphasize that enough. They don't care so much about the criteria of the house, how many beds, baths it has, as much as the assessment, the assessed value, and the owner, right? They just need to know who to send the bill to. Some of this stuff gets updated, however, when you pull permits and do work and add space, but not a lot. So PBA has the house at 1,845 square foot. 3 beds, 2 baths. So PVA square footage also varies from these 3. So I'm just going to go with a clean 1,800. So the first thing I want to do is get familiar with the subject property. I wanna know zip code is in and the subdivision. Subdivision there is Walnut Creek. More importantly, I wanna know those specs, 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom. That's 2 full, yep. 1,800 square foot. How many levels? How many levels is there, Sarah?
1.25. Okay.
That's right. Now, there is no field for that. It's more 1 1/2. 1.5 story. Why is that important? It'll come up in just a second. 2 car or 1 car?
2 car.
2 car. You 04. And the lot size. I want to be cognizant of that in case any comparable sales come up at the top of the list in terms of price per square foot. If there's, a variance or unique feature there, like a 1/4 acre, a 1/2 acre lot, I want to be able to compare that quickly with the subject property and say, hey, that's not the subject property, so I need to make an adjustment for the lot size or lot size difference. And that is 0.13 acres. PVA, I trust on that piece as well, and they've got 0.13 acres. And from there, I'm going to go ahead and fill in my range that I want to establish. Some of the metrics that I also want to be cognizant of, like days on market. We just talked about why that's important. SP to LP, the closing costs, because if I'm meeting with a seller to tell them how we should price their home and what to expect, I also want to give them an expectation around time frame. Because if we don't meet that time frame, there's a good chance we could be overpriced, and we need to have a conversation around making adjustment to meet the market. Something else I included there is the MLS comps and then notes. Where have you seen that before, Sarah?
On all your CMAs.
On all my CMAs, because it's the same process. I'm a creature of habit, and that has allowed me to minimize the errors that I made in the past. Because now I'm going to use that same information with the MLS to find homes that are very similar to that criteria. Now, the PVA, something Peyton I probably didn't even mention last time. The comparable sales list can be helpful, especially if there's a house that sold by owner that wouldn't be on the MLS. So after I pull the comparable sales on the MLS, I'll reference back to the PVA comparable sale list to see if there's any that haven't accounted for. Most oftentimes, it's a house that sold 2 years ago, which, I'm only concerned with houses or comparable sales that have sold within the past 12 months, because that's the same approach an appraiser's going to take. So I'm going to pin that, get that out of my way. Pin this as well. I'm going to open up a new quick search. The first thing I'm going to do is click the red thumbtack in the bottom right corner. Locate address. Let me know if you need some more time. Walnut Creek. And unlike the address search I did earlier to locate all the historical records of the subject property on the MLS. I'm going to be more complete here. Meaning I'm going to put the full street name, the city, the state, and the zip code. It's critical that you go ahead and click use this location after you've confirmed that is the right location. How can you do that? Go to the other tab where the subject property lives, click map, and see if that fits the same location. It appears to. So if you don't click use this location, that thumbtack will move around with you. Put it on the right place, use, now it's pinned. Now we know where that house sits. Couple ways to do this. So for Charlesburg, I typically do an outline. But before I do that, some agents or another way to do this would be just type in the subdivision name. That should give you what you want, right? Walnut Creek is the subdivision name. Now I've got 0 active properties that fit that description. I do know the subject property is a single family, so I'm going to go ahead and select that from the property subtype. And under status, I'm going to select active, coming soon, pending, contingent, and closed. There's 3 properties that pop up. If I go back another 6 months for a full year, there's 2 more properties. So if I want to get an idea of where that neighborhood exists, though, I can go back 9,999 days. Now, there should be a large volume of properties around that neighborhood. So one could argue that's the neighborhood identified as Walnut Creek. Now, I'm going to run a test as to why I typically don't do the subdivision name. And of course, this test, this neighborhood being so small,
Wait. Get that out.
I still have the subdivision name Walnut Creek.
Okay, and then you went to close 366 days?
I went 9,999 days.
Good Lord.
Okay. Sorry.
Wait, why do you do that?
I'll tell you in a second. Go ahead and shoot that.
I missed how you got to the endpoint on search. So, cause I'm just searching in the left little bar.
Uh-huh.
How did you get the main? Like you had a bigger search area that was over the map. What did you do to initially search? Like I was.
Go over here to the pin on the right hand side. Down,
Oh.
yeah. and then
Oh, the
you're
red
gonna
thumbtack.
type in that address.
Perfect. So the red thumbtack? Yeah. All good? Did you do this, Sarah?
Mhm.
9,999 days?
No.
That's. Yeah, status is active, coming soon, pending, contingent, closed.
Got
Yep. And single family subtype. Now under close date, if you have dates, you click those little arrows and it'll change it to days back. So I did 9,999. Why am I doing that? Because I want to get an understanding. If I'm not familiar with an area, I want to get an understanding of where those boundaries may exist for that neighborhood. So one quick thing before I run this test, I've already noticed an error. There's one up here. What is this one? Is it mismapped or is it in the wrong neighborhood? that one's mismapped because that's definitely in that neighborhood. Mm-hmm.
That one.
So it's important to understand though, when I draw this polygon to run this test, that neither will pull that one in. Because if, let's say I didn't do the subdivision name, I just did the polygon. Well, it's gonna pull any listing that meets the criteria only within that polygon.
Oh, do that?
Polygon,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's right above the red thumbtack there. So you're probably wondering, well, why did this guy just draw a polygon around the properties that he ever had into a search? Well, let's run this test because to show you, you can't always trust some of these fields on the MLS. So I've identified 6 here that are within the polygon that don't fall under the subdivision name Walnut Creek.
How'd you find that?
So subdivision name, it says of Walnut Creek. If you click of, it goes to not of Walnut Creek.
Well, shit.
So what are these 6? Is it something that I need to add to the list of subdivisions for this search? So we've got Acorn Falls Drive, Tradition Way. Are any of these recent? This one would be within 6 months or within 12 months. This one we might actually need. So I checked that one just in case because I'm gonna go back to edit search. Go back to of Walnut Creek. The other test is if you go up to the shape. So I've got subdivision Walnut Creek. If I within this polygon, now if I go not within this polygon, I've got 49 that matches the subdivision name, not in that polygon. Now, a little bit of an issue is more than one city has a subdivision named Walnut Creek. So in order to close that door, we know the subject property is in Lexington. We only want to find comparable sales in Lexington. So I added the city name Lexington. Now still, we've got what, 41. Now, why is that? Are they mismapped or mislabeled? I would say these are mismapped. Now, the good news is most of these are older records, almost 20 years old. So that's probably before some of the tech that we've added from like Google Maps to geo mapping, and the MLS being used prior to that. So I wouldn't worry about all these older mismapped cells. The only time I would worry is if there was a record within the past 12 months that may be a good comp cell to use in the report. So you're wondering, well, what's the best way to do it, Dustin? Trial and error, right? Because there's a good chance I'm not going to find enough comparable cells within this small polygon to the house here. And that's just because I've already ran the CMA for this property. So what I tend to do in this area is I'll highlight all of Childsburg because most of these homes are very similar age, similar style, a lot of the same builder. Now it's important to know this one big polygon represents, I would say, anywhere from 3 to 5 total neighborhoods. And each little neighborhood back here, believe it or not, has a little something different. Like the one where the subject property is located there, Walnut Creek, those are much tighter. Those are probably the tightest lots in all of the neighborhood. What you say, Sarah?
Yeah,
Now, granted, the subject,
the further down, like closer to Todd's Road you get, I feel like they get a little bit more expensive, but it might be because of the lot size. Am I correct?
down Todd's Road,
Yeah,
depends on where you're talking. Like just in with right here?
yeah, but then you got the interstate. points.
Yeah. It all depends.
That-
I think it's kind of random out there. It depends on the house. So I'm going to reset the close date to 366 days. That gives me 5. That's a good start. Let's see what we have there before we expand. So all but one is a 3-bed, 2.5-bath home. So automatically these homes have at least one extra bathroom, with one having an extra bath and an extra bedroom. Also looking at the square footage, these are noticeably larger than the subject, with one exception here at 2,049. Now, if I look at levels, I'm looking for 1 1/2. All these are 2. So those are some of the columns that I just shared with you at the beginning of class that we just worked through. What was at a total of 3, 4 columns? We looked at bedrooms, bathrooms, square footage, and levels to identify likely comparables, right? That's what we have up there on the board. I haven't even got to the lot size yet. That's the least of my concern. Right now, I'm just trying to find apples to apples. And if I look at these photos and I look at the subject property, the subject property looks like a standard ranch home, right? Now, granted, it's got a loft upstairs, a bonus space, but that's about it. Everything else is downstairs. I'd say you have at least 1,700 square foot downstairs. Very little of that extra is upstairs. That being said, switching back to the comps, this one is probably the only one I feel great about using because it too looks like a ranch home, even though it's listed as a 2-story. So if we look at this,
That's cute.
it is cute. You do have what looks like 2 full bedrooms upstairs and a full bath. But I'd say if you look at it on the PVA, this is a 1.5-story home. Look at that, 1.4. So it's as close to an apple that we're gonna find. Now, granted, we're looking for Granny Smith's. This is what's another apple name?
I don't know.
Delicious Red.
It's red.
Yeah. Yeah. So now I am going to check that, use that, but it's important to know that the subject property, so fundamentally speaking, 1-story homes tend to sell at a higher rate per square foot than 2-story homes. True or false? Higher price than 2-story homes? No, but a higher rate per square foot, higher dollar per square foot, yes. So what about a 1-story house on a finished basement? Is that selling at a higher price than just a 1-story home? More than likely, because it's got more space. But now with that below grade square footage, is that gonna be as valuable as your above grade square footage? No. Why is that?
Cause it's below grade.
Because it's below grade, nobody knows, other than there's not a whole lot of natural sunlight going in there. There's not a whole lot of qualifiable space for bedrooms, because you gotta have egress and egress for those bedrooms below grade. So the space becomes less functional, therefore less valuable than your above grade square footage. Now, let's go back above grade. 1 story versus a 2 story house, all the finished areas above grade. Which one is a higher price?
The
Same
two
size.
story.
2 story,
Say that one more time.
same size, 2,000 square foot ranch versus a 2,000 square foot 2 story home.
What was your question?
Which one is gonna sell for the highest price?
The one with the basement, or the two-story. What did you say?
That was a tough one.
2 story or a single
Or,
story.
yeah,
I would say. Did you say the one story?
The 2 story would cost higher, but the 1 story would have a higher cost per foot.
maybe both. The 1 story, because it's all on one level, hence it's gonna cost more to build that single story house than it would to build that 2 story house. Because you're building up, yep. And you got more functional space on that one level than you do that same amount of space broken up across 2 floors. And it's gonna feel bigger.
That's.
So with this house having 2 bedrooms upstairs, where the subject property has all bedrooms downstairs, which one do you think would be perceived more valuable in terms of price per square foot if they're the same size?
The single one level.
It's an important distinction. So right now, I only have these two comparable sales. One kind of comparable, the other one not so much, but at least I've got similar square footage to the subject property at 1,800. I do like to, on this 1,016 or 1,620 square foot. And that one might be a true 2 story. Yeah, that one's true 2 story. But since it's smaller than these other 2 story homes, I feel okay about adding it or keeping it for now, because these other 2 stories, much larger. So for this guy, see what's going on there. It's a very similar style house, right? 2 full stories. It's clean. No yard. Got the alley, garage access. That's what I thought. I don't know how we pulled those in here, but we did. That's okay. Because now we're gonna look at the rest of this shaded area. So why did only the little shaded area produce results? Because I had a subdivision name in there still. So if I remove that, now I've got 76 sales in the past 12 months. Do I want to go through each and every one of those? No, not necessarily. I will if I have to, but we're going to try to avoid it at all costs. So I'm going to start with living area. And no, I'm not going to start with living area on this one, because this house, if you look at it on the outside, it looks like it should just be 1,200 to 1,500 square foot. It's an anomaly because it's a story and a half or a story and a quarter, and they made that primary bedroom way bigger than they typically do. That being said, I'm going to start with levels. I want to find as close to apples as possible, so I'm going to go with 1 or 1 1/2. Now it's important to consider what we just discovered, which was a house mislabeled as a 2 story, when in reality it's a story and a half. So be aware of some of those subtle nuances when you're operating the MLS, and how can you check that? So one way to check would be go to the PVA for that house if you think it's mislabeled, like we did for which one was that? Let me see. "204 Hayes Boulevard." So 204 Hayes Boulevard. Levels 2. Now, when you look at the pictures, doesn't look like a 2, right? So how do you check to make sure that's labeled correctly? Click the PVA link, go to the PVA card, go right here, stories 1.4. Now, if you were here at the beginning of class, you would have heard me say PVA can't be trusted. It's the least accurate source of information. So if you don't trust that, go back to the MLS, do a quick address search for that address, which was 204 Hayes Boulevard. And that should produce all MLS records pertaining to that address. We've got 4. And if we go to levels, what do we have? 2, 2, 2. The only one to list it accurately was the first listing input in 2005. Why the following 3 records after that decided to change it to 2, I have no idea. But per the PVA and the initial input here when the house was built was 1 1/2, and that's what it is. So potentially, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that factor into that. Now, granted, the MLS saying one thing doesn't mean their insurance is set up that way, or their mortgage is set up, so forth and so on. Because the MLS, that's agent data, right? We're all human, we all make errors, but the appraiser is the one that's going to go in there and measure it, confirm the square footage and structure type, right? Whether it's 1 story, 2 story, or somewhere in between. And hopefully, if that person has a good insurance agent that looks at that property and says, "Hey, that's not a 2-story, that's 1 1/2. I'm gonna be able to save you $20 a month," or whatever. Going back to this search, I pulled in just 1 1/2. Now, the first thing to note is some of these are bigger, some of these are really big. So I don't need 4,000 square foot. I don't need 2,800 square foot. However, there's only 21 results in here right now in this broader Charlesburg area on my search. So I want to exhaust my efforts in finding some comps there, because where else am I going to go to find those? Can't go across the road. That's Ellerslie at DeLong. Those are, million plus. Andover Hills, different. Autumn Ridge, different. Autumn Ridge, maybe not. I might be able to find something there. Let's just highlight that. But the moral of the story is I will look at some of those with larger living areas, just for the simple fact that it could be the exact identical to the subject property, just with a finished basement. Now, it's not going to be 4,000 square foot, right? So looking down through here, again, keeping in mind the subject property, which looks like this. Let's find some that kind of resemble that. I like that one. I like this one. We'll put this one on here for now, but likely we'll take it away. Marcus Trail, another example. That's a 2-story house that snuck in our 1 1/2 story search. This one's not a good comp, right? It's much more sprawling ranch, and there's a pool.
Tom's nice.
Yeah.
Hard to open an inch. I don't know. You don't have to look.
Just occurred. That's a different style of house. I don't even know where this one is. Here's a good one, Sugar Bush. Lark Hill. Let's see how that looks inside. It's got tall ceilings. Got a lot of different flooring. You think it's so quick? You think it's different flooring?
I don't know, with it being on one level, maybe.
Let's see. 76 days. 76 days. Where did they start at? 415. Ended up getting 400. It just took them 2.5 months to get there. But to your point, structurally, you should have sold quick, but conditionally, they overpriced it and it needed, all those different floors. But 15 grand's not that much of a miss. The Indian Summer Trail. This might be a good one too. We'll put it on there. Autumn Ridge. I'm glad I pulled that area in here because there's some more options to evaluate than I did. Hey. Yeah, absolutely. Let me get through this one real quick. What's the address? Yeah, as soon as I wrap this one up, we'll jump through that real quick. We'll bring this one in here too. I don't know what's going on there, why they have such a long driveway, but they do. We should probably bring this one in here based on its price. There's another 2-story that snuck past our criteria. What do they have this listed at? A 1 1/2. It's crazy. Whoa. $1044 Jewett Creek. To your point, Sarah. This is closer to Old Todd's. But the overall house quality, layout definitely trumps the subject. But that's because it's wider than the subject property, right? Think about a wider lot there. I like the Sugar Bushes. Jane Briggs. I don't think that's a good comp to use. So for instance, Sarah, this would be, a great example when your client was, talking about wanting 400 for their house. These are the houses that I would show him in comparison to the subject property, right?
Yeah,
So you think that your house, on a scale of 1 to 10, how similar to these houses would you rate yours? If it's a 10 out of 10, then, I'd recommend medical advice. But no, I would ask a lot of questions around that to help them understand that that's not apples to apples. This is oranges. and expensive ones, organic ones. I don't know about that one. This one looks like it's for comp purposes, but I'm gonna bring it along for the ride for now. Here's another sugar bush. This might be the best one that we got. These are big basements and whatnots. So I've got 13 here. I like that. And going back to like an ideal world. Right. So my goal is to get as close to 15 total listings or comps as I can, and that's 5 across each status, 5 active, 5 pending or contingent, and more importantly, 5 closed. Now, depending on what kind of market we're in, right? If we're in a buyer's market where there's more inventory, chances are we may not be able to find as many closed sales as we will be active. Now, in seller's market, like, where we've been in, you're gonna have a better luck finding them closed, but you're not gonna find as many active. You might find a few pending. In a balanced market, should be able to get close to that, even if it's 3-3-3. Why is that important? Well, going back to some of the earlier conversation in class today, with being able to understand and interpret the market, not just for your sake, but for the client's sake. In instances where we're comparing the comp sales across each status, we notice a trend in price per square foot decreasing on active inventory, and it's sitting for a longer period of time than your closed inventory, then there's a chance that market is shifting, right? Versus if there's little to no active listing comparable sales or comparable active listings, and there's 4 or 5 pending, and those rates per square foot are higher and the days on market are less, what would that indicate? Market's moving faster and it's selling for higher. I'll show you an example of what that looks like. But we're going to compare price per square foot and days on market across the stats. Now, it's not going to be truly indicative of the market as a whole. And we'll work through that, some of those outliers, because, if the active and pending days on market, price per square foot kind of align, but there's 4 or 5 listings out there that are active, that are just sitting, accumulating days on market. Well, I'd be willing to bet if we look at those individually in more detail, they're overpriced, right? They do a lot of work, or both. So we've got these 13. One thing I'd like to do real quick is go to my sold price per square foot column, sort that descending. So that's going to sort the close from highest price per square foot to lowest. I just kind of want to do that to see if there's any trends in those little pockets outperforming the other pockets. So up at the top, we've got 260. At the bottom, we've got 170 per square foot. Does everybody see where I'm at? That's a huge range, right? That's $100 per square foot range. So starting at the top, we see Childsburg a lot, guest property. I don't think that's a neighborhood. Let's see what's going on there. That is Sugar Bush. So if we look at the PVA on that one real quick. Now, PVA neighborhood subdivisions don't always align with MLS. That says guest property, guest property. Another way to check that would be 893 Sugar. Do a quick address search. 893 Sugar to see what neighborhoods come up for the previous records. Childsburg. So Childsburg again up at the top. of that list. And then it goes to Autumn Ridge, back to Charlesburg, Autumn Ridge, Brighton Woods, Walnut Creek. Now, can we look at this and say, okay, Charlesburg is the more desirable neighborhood in that area? Not necessarily. So if we look at the sold price per square foot of everything at the top that involves Charlesburg, that's from 230 to 260. And that's pretty gradual, right? That one's an outlier. And it's kind of funny because it's also one of the smaller houses on the list. Again, going back to the smaller houses bearing a higher rate per square foot, especially if they're on one level. That is a trend that tends to be true no matter where you're at. And then at the bottom of the list, you can see the biggest house, sold price per square foot. Kind of interesting how that works. Nonetheless, there's a big drop off once we get to Autumn Ridge. Now, that could be neighborhood dependent, it could be condition dependent, it could be both. But I also see those houses in Autumn are typically larger than the ones at the top of this list in Charlesburg. So let's see why this one sold for so much. Oh, this is the one that I like the most. I think most comparable to the subject, maybe. Would you say, Sarah?
Yeah, that would be a good one.
They've got some updates here.
Bathroom's a little updated,
Mm-hmm.
yard's bigger. What that one go for?
That one sold for 260 a square foot. Now it sold for 322 after 72 days on market. So yeah, they were asking even more than they started at 350. Ended up taking 322 and 72 days on market. Again, with that rate per square foot, that house being 600 square foot smaller than the subject, and it taking as long to sell, and it being that high in price per square foot, I'm going to take that off the list because if we do 260 by 1800, what would that get you?
Sounds good.
It is, and we'll pull it back in, but for the sake of crunching these numbers in a second, if I do 1800, the subject property square footage, and I multiply it by 260 a square foot, is subject property worth 468?
No.
That's why I'm going for. But when we're reviewing this with the seller, it's going to be in the report. It's just not going to be used in the calculations here in a second.
Not too excited it was this way.
Now, the next one is a little bit bigger. And aside from that outlier, that's when it starts kind of going normal, right? There's a dollar difference here, $2 per square foot, $1 per square foot, all the way down to 230. And then you have that big drop off. So what I'm doing, long story short, is identifying those significant variances in sold price per square foot. What's going on with the house that made it outperform so significantly, if anything? So at this break here from 230 to 213, let's see what's going on with the houses. So first things first, location, 3 factors that influence value. That house is here, subject property is red thumbtack. Now, if we look at the house, it's got a little front porch. Is it back to a pond? Or maybe the pond's across the street, LVP throughout, looks like fresh paint. They've updated the lighting, the hardware on the doors. Carpet looks a little worn. Kitchen's been updated sometime in the past 10 years.
That's a good one.
I would agree. So this is a good one. Now, couple things to note. Did you see any stairs? No stairs. So everything's on that one floor. Now, subject property has that bonus space upstairs. We're gonna call that 100 square feet, which leaves the rest of the house on that one, on the main level, roughly 1,700 square feet. The only issue I have with applying that price per square foot is that main level is about $500 a square foot larger than the house we just looked at. What did I just say a few minutes ago? The smaller houses tend to sell at a higher rate per square foot than your bigger houses do, no matter if they're all across one level or two levels or three. So why did that one sell down there and the one right above it, 400 square foot larger, sell at a higher rate per square foot? Probably condition, right? Well, that's Acorn Falls. It's not even apples to apples here. But condition is up to par, right? Would you say this is nicer or less nice than the house we just looked at?
More nice.
Mm-hmm.
Carpet's cleaner, floors look good.
Now, no yard, but still, it's not a good comparison. That should be, oh no, that's off of Hayes, isn't it? Or is that Walnut? That's over there in Walnut. No,
Street.
yep,
They have the garages in the back, I don't know why.
for whatever reason. Um, we'll leave both of those for now, but we're gonna take them out of the price per square foot consideration because, well, at least this one right here. Now let's look at this one real quick. We haven't looked at Sugar Bush. Where's Sugar Bush at? Over here.
I like those floors.
Yeah, that's sharp. I was looking at the counters. I don't think that's anything special. It's like, yeah, at the subject property, same thing. I thought it had granite, but it does not. These look like they're granite or quartz, except for the edges.
I don't think they are.
No,
That one's cute though.
yep.
Do you think it makes a difference when properties are staged?
Depends. My answer to that question varies property to property.
I feel like the subject property,
Could benefit from some staging.
yeah.
Okay. It really depends. Like I recommend it if there's a lot of awkward space because sometimes people lack creativity, and if they see this weird space, they're not gonna know what to do with it, right? Versus a blank canvas, if everything's kind of been updated, nice neutral paint, color tones, and the space is very functional, then by staging it, you may hinder their ability to again to be creative and see their stuff in it. So it's a catch-22. Going back to that price difference, that price break there in price per square foot, 230 to 213. Let's see what's going on with this house here at Indian Summer, other than it being located across Old Todd's and Autumn Ridge. That's a totally different house. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Going to Crimson Creek Drive, that is also across Todd's there. This one's totally decked to the nines.
Something on Crimson, right?
She did. think it's sold. Maybe.
How big was this one? 1644. We'll leave it. I don't like the comparable though. I'm gonna take it off. This house is quirky. Inside not so bad. Yeah, that's kind of dead space right there. I mean, you could put a table there, but it's gonna have to be far enough from the door so that you can get that door open. But also, you're gonna have to walk around that table to get to the door. Just kind of awkward. Since that one is so small, no, it ain't. Never mind. It's 1,400 square foot. I'm leaving it. This one here, another Autumn Ridge. This looks super dated. So anything smaller than this house further down this list, I would say should go. But let's see. So that one's 1,700, built 1989. Actually, I'm just going to eliminate that one. Going to Brighton Woods, Colesy Court. With Brighton. Also across Old Todd's there. No pictures. Perfect. 1,600 square foot. 2 agents involved, so not necessarily a buy owner. It was a rental tenant occupied. And then you got 204 Hayes Boulevard, which is probably the best one for us to use. One of the better ones since it's in the general vicinity of the subject property and it's a story and a half. So based on that alone, I would say let's pull Crimson Creek back in here. I'm going to get rid of the one that was built in 89. Why did I take Crimson Creek off? I don't recall. I knew I shouldn't have done this one for class, Sarah.
Wow.
This is a tough one. What's 230 times 1,800?
Do the other one.
New, where are you? We're at the end.
I'm like, we're.
414, yeah. So I'm gonna take off the 230. 1,800. Yep. So if we just use these 6, let's say we feel really good about these 6.
Okay, that's gonna have a question.
Shoot.
The Star property is 1,800 square feet, right? You wanna go very top, all right?
Let me see. Yes.
It's down.
Uh-huh.
So immediately, would you not take off the one that's 2,000, 4,000 square feet?
I wouldn't because that's the only one that's kind of within vicinity of the subject property. These two. So this one being at the bottom of the list and the other one being Acorn Falls, which surprisingly is one that I have filtered off here. And that's simply because I don't think the subject property is a 415 house.
Then my next question is, would you not take off the two? That's at 1236 and 1278 square? Because of the.
Oh yeah, that one should have already been removed. Hold on. My list got sorted around, but yes, you're right. You're talking about the square footage. Yeah. Okay, that one's gone. I can't remember why I left this one off. Let me look at it real quick. That's why. So let's say I felt really good about these 5, right? That's well short of the 15 that I set out after. And that's okay because I understand that this sector, ranch, sub 400 is very much a seller's market. There's just not a whole lot of those options out there, especially in the 40509. So, yes.
Yeah, you can have that. I'm so sorry, the city.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I got Indian Summer Trail. I left off Crimson Creek.
Now, why?
I don't trust it. It looks too nice.
Yeah.
Are you serious? That's not what you took it off.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's all updated. I don't want that to fluff up like my average price per square foot. So I'll show you what I'm getting at. So I feel super confident about these 5. I click CMA here. You selected. Stat CMA.
Now, why do you choose?
That's kind of my cheat sheet. When I'm going, if I'm doing this in preparation to meet with a seller for a seller consult, I'm gonna have 2 CMA reports, one being the quick CMA, and that's more the visual for the seller client. And then the stat CMA is just kind of my cheat sheet I'm looking at while they're looking at the quick one. And I'm gonna leave both of the reports with them, but that's just kind of my quick way of evaluating things. And, some sellers, that are, more quantitative
Yes.
will appreciate that.
Now, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
And you're in the MLS, right?
Yep.
Okay, so. Now, why don't you use RPR? Are the numbers usually wrong? Or
It's not that.
Lucky or something?
Well, the automatic numbers, I take them with a grain of salt. So I do check my work against the RPR as well as Zillow because most consumers are looking at Zillow already.
Right.
And that's most likely the price that they're thinking. So I want to be able to either confirm, support a higher, or justify a lower.
Okay.
So how I do that, first we calculate based on the set of comp sales that I've pulled here. So we've got a range of 170 sold per price per square foot to 213 with an average right around 195. So one or 213 times 1800. What is that? 383. We'll round down to 380.
So 213 times.
213 times 1800. So 1800 is the subject property square footage. And I'm gonna do the closed comps, sold price per square foot, apply to the subject property square footage. So the first number was 383. We'll call it 380. Average would be, say, 195 times 1800.
351.
351. And then the low being 170 times 1800. 306. And we'll call that 300 even. Now, that's a big drop, right?
That's $80,000.
That's $80,000. Now, how confident is the seller going to be if you give them that kind of range? Probably not very confident. So, since we've noticed that, let's go back to our comps. Let's find the one that sold for 170. And the one above that's 183. That's a $13 jump. I would say that's pretty significant looking at this list. So the next low point would be 183 a square foot. If we multiply that by 1,800. What was that number again? I can't see it. I covered it up.
183.
183. And that's 330, 320, 400. I feel a little bit better about that. Now, is that where I finish things? No. If I've got a 50K gap here, I may look to refine that. Now, I know right off 380 is not it for that after this house. I think a high would be more like 360.
Wait, let me ask you this,
Go ahead.
do you like to work in between, do you want to work? At 15, 30,000, or do you take it, they tell you, I need to make this amount of money off this house. So then,
That's a great question. So let's say I've never seen this house before. Now, I guess that's where it's kind of muddy in the water a little bit because I have seen this house. But assuming that I haven't, I go into that appointment with this range at the average. Now, depending on what that seller tells me about the house, the age of the mechanicals as well as what I see as I walk through the house, I'm either working my way up towards the high or down towards the low. If I see a lot of stuff outdated and the seller's telling me, well, I think the roof's 30 years old and the HVAC's 17 years old, we're working our way down, right? And it helps how much the work down, but how much is the roof.
from 15.
Yeah, just for good whole numbers, 10 grand.
Yeah.
What about an HVAC? Could be 6 to 12 grand.
Yeah, 7,500.
Yeah.
Depending on if they have water.
Roof is 5 years old,
Exactly.
HVAC's 5 years old, water heater's unknown.
So all things considered, I'm working my way up or down. Now, when we sit down and talk about, revisit their motivation, what's important about themselves.
She just asked you a question.
Oh, no,
What was
I
it?
was just telling him how
She
I
knows.
like the system.
Don't ask. She
She's
told.
telling you.
She told.
We've worked together a long time.
She's a frog. She told. Hey,
Sorry.
I know we should ask you questions.
Well, come on, Dustin, it's 2 o'clock, I'm a little equal.
I got you. So question though is. What was the question before that?
She a bit about HVAC and.
All the HVAC and all that stuff, yeah.
Downward.
Working down, working up, and then we sit down with the seller, revisit what's important about, the sell displays, where they're going, what they're expecting. And then what the market suggests. Now, at the end of the day, I'm willing to be wrong if what you're expecting is higher than what the market is what I interpret the market to suggest. Now, at the end of the day, I'm willing to be wrong, especially if it benefits my client, as long as my client's willing to be wrong too. And what I mean by that is they're willing to make an adjustment when we find out what the market thinks. Now, how long is that?
Take your average days on market.
Boom. Very good, Sarah. So if we look at the average days on market for the comps that I'm using here, well, the days on market average for the sold properties, 23, with a range of 16 to 44. So what does that tell me? Well, if we're priced right, we should have a contract within the first 2 to 3 weeks, right? So first 2 to 3 weeks are critical. Not only do we need to be presentable and ready for the market, but we need to make sure we get the feedback from the buyers, from the open house guests, because that's what the market is telling us, right? And if everybody keeps bringing up the floors, if everybody keeps bringing up how old everything is, well, hey, great news, Mr. Seller. We don't have an offer yet, but I've got some great feedback for you. Here's what people like. Here's what they don't like. here's what keeps coming up. Now, good news, again, you have options. Do you want to address those items? Do you want to replace them? Do you want to paint? Do you want to change the floors? Or would it make more sense to reduce the price? Or improve the price and meet the market where they are? So days on market, that's why I like to highlight that, because I like to set those expectations. If I know the price and set those clear expectations out of the gate, makes our job a lot easier as we navigate this process together. So 16 to 44 with an average of, what's that, 23? AKA 2 to 3 weeks. Now, how much should that contract be? How much should we expect? Is it gonna be full price? Is it gonna be above?
99%.
How do you, where do you see that at?
Sales price.
Where do you see that?
I don't know, I think that's just what sellers are getting.
Oh, okay, you're like trying to get it, I was like. What?
Well, go, going back to the,
Sorry, I was confused with you.
I just come on with that number.
well, rather than, your gut, use the data,
Yes.
right? And that's why I got so like used and familiar with the MLS and like good at doing these numbers, because genuinely I want the best for people, right? We all do. Like, and if that means putting more money in their pocket, well, hell, I want to do that because I'm gonna get paid more, right? But sometimes our gut lies to us, right? And our gut mixes emotions with our heart, which fogs the head. So I lean on the data to guide that conversation.
That's good.
Because that's the market, right? That takes my gut, my head, my heart out of it.
They're not.
It's not me, it's the market, right? So ultimately, though, what's that help you accomplish? Genuinely getting the best outcome for them, right? So how do we know what that price might be? We won't know until we get that contract. But if we have a contract within the average 2 to 3 weeks, we can assume that we're probably going to be within the average sale price to list price, or somewhere within the range. Range being 94% up to 100%, with an average of 97. So that tells me if we're priced right, Mr. Seller, we should have a contract within 2 to 3 weeks, and it should be anywhere between 2 to 6% of what we're asking. Now, if we're on the better side of the 2 to 3 weeks, let's say it's the first weekend, first week, that's where our odds increase to getting not only the average, but maybe 100%.
It's freezing.
Now, what are CCs?
Closing costs.
Closing costs. You might ask, well, why do I have that up there? Because sometimes you can see which of those sold properties pay closing costs. Well, why might that be important to me?
Because it's gonna take, and your people afford to pay closing costs, do they need to be looking at costs of potential closing
What's
costs?
the likelihood? If it's highly likely, I want them to be expecting it so that they're not caught off guard, because what do surprises tend to do? Increases emotion.
It does,
Right.
they freeze up or they get mad, and it's just, yeah, it's not good.
It's not good. More friction that you're working against there, right? So, hey, there's a strong likelihood based on the closed data that you may be requested to pay up to an average of $5,000 towards the buyer closing costs, prepays. Now, I've had a handful out of a lot of sellers tell me, well, I'm not paying closing costs. What does that mean? Right? So you're not paying your closing costs, you're not paying the buyer's closing costs. Well, I'll pay mine, but I'm not paying the buyer's. Okay, well, what if you get exactly what you want? Does it matter if you pay those closing costs? No, I guess not. So it's important to set that expectation, go ahead and handle that objection before it comes in paper form, right? Because it's a little bit harder at that point. Okay.
Oh, I meant, yeah, I thought you meant you were called.
2, 3, 4. There's 4 closed records here, right? One paid 5,000 towards. Towards closing.
That's what we were bringing around the party, cause I took it from her and Ashley.
The marker or pen?
No, that's,
Oh, the they.
yeah, I just told her a few minutes ago, I said, no, that's Melda.
They put eating everything in those things. It's wild.
They were both second on the same one,
Hmm.
her and Ashley.
The health teachers do about that.
Animals.
Your health teacher? Yeah. Know that? I doesn't take home.
Oh, really?
Okay, so. How did you, I'm so sorry, let me
No, you're
back
fine.
up for a second. The closing costs and the prepaids, where do you find that?
So I've got a view right here. Obviously, you can see closing. And then the view that I shared with everybody, and I'll share with you here in just a second, this detailed 2025. If you scroll all the way over to the right, you can see closing cost. Right. So the way I apply that is of the ones that the comp sales that I had selected, 1 out of 4 paid that. So I'm going to translate that to the 25% chance. Unless you miss a seller, that the buyer requests you to pay up to an average of $5,000. Now, if I pulled the other one in that said 2,500, so now I'm at, let's say 2 out of 5. Now you're at 40% chance, and then I'm gonna average the amount of closing costs together. So 2,500 plus 5, that's 7,500. Half of that is what?
30.
Yeah, 3,500.
Yeah.
So 25% chance. Seller requested to pay up to. Okay.
So, it's definitely. Manager.
I can't imagine. I had a friend that taught PE at both Bryan Station and Lafayette. And now he works corporate for Kroger Finance. And I don't think he ever wants to go back. Overworked and underpaid.
It's all,
Yeah.
Every day.
challenge. Good kid at fun. Coming back. Everything else.
So walk you through real quick what the quick version looks like, the CMA that is. So rather than clicking stat, I click quick. Make sure the cover page, map of comparables, and display price recommendation. Cover page, I put the seller's name there, subject. If there are previous MLS records, I go and pull one of those, highlight the MLS number. It's kind of like a serial number. Copy that, auto populate fields from previous listing, submit. And that pulls in that old photo, the address, and all the specs. Next. If you
See. Through like this.
through the MLS, yeah,
I was taught PR,
yeah.
and then, of course, sent it to the one at Moxie. And I was with Berkshire already, she said, she wanted to Berkshire should be. After I had one time, so it was a how to wise words at properties,
Oh, yeah.
so I went to send it to the mark, so.
Well, early on, I'll be honest, I used RPR when I was brand new. I liked it in a sense, but I'd have to remind you.
That's it too.
Yeah, look at.
So.
But that was an old MLS system, completely different from where we are now. But once I found out how to do them on the MLS, they got,
Bam.
they're,
She
they're
made
nerds.
Yeah. See?
The RPR is just clunkier, right? The MLS, I can get there a lot better.
I've never seen RPR.
I thought you can break that door.
No, I'm not leaving this for nothing. This is great, Dustin.
Now you can get in here and do a bunch of auto adjustments or individual adjustments. I've only done that a handful of times on like bigger, unique properties, you know, a lot of acreage or a lot of features, like you know, they've got multiple storage buildings, a pool, whatever the case may be.
This real quick.
Shoot.
Open houses.
Uh-huh.
Open. Do you? Every weekend, you probably speak for that.
If we have a listing, yeah, if we have active listing,
You do it every weekend?
try to.
Okay.
As much as they'll permit, you know, if it's a vacant house, as much as they want us to host it open. Because, you know, if we don't have someone to staff it from our team, then we'll staff it from, you know, anybody that wants one from the office here. Emma Eiler is the best person to contact for that. But Emma Eiler from our team, she does our marketing, but she's also a licensed agent too.
I'm not under.
No, I'm talking about if you wanted to like do an open
Oh,
house.
you are.
Yeah, and if that was a PG, yeah.
What's your
Emma
Emma?
Eiler. And her number is, what is that?
I'm sorry, I told you this.
That's all right. Her number,
Now, open houses is one thing I think I was taught very well on me and Markham to do.
that's really,
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I mean, there's no better lead gen activity that allows you to belly up with somebody, right?
Yes.
Face to face. But where I run in, like me personally, I don't like to wait. I don't like the sit and wait game because that's heavily based on attendance,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Which you can, you know, increase the odds as much as you can by putting out a lot of signs, marketing, doing that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of chance there that nobody shows up. And that reminded me too much of the car business. I did car sales for 6 months too long after I graduated from EKU. And that's a tough racket. I respect people that the lifers that are doing that 30, 40 plus years because man, that's a tough racket. But there's a lot of sitting and wait. Like people pull up to the lot. You're trying to be the first one out there, right? And then when I realized, well, heck, I can just call 100 numbers a day, talk to 10 to 20 people, maybe get 1 to 2 appointments. So now I'm being more proactive than reactive.
Yeah.
I can control my opportunities a little bit more. Emma's number 859-710-1447. Now on the price piece, of course, it'll calculate for you based on the lows, highs from the comp sales. I don't like that because very rarely are they always identical or ever identical across the board. So I set a low of 330, a high of 380, but I'm revising that. We'll put 380. And then a recommended somewhere around 350. Next, that'll finish my report here. If I click view, we can see what that looks like. It's got the location of the comps relative to the subject property. List them out, and then you've got a side-by-side comparison. Each row beginning with the subject property here. It's got the graph and the recommended price range that I've put in there, and then that's pretty much it. It's got a summary breakdown, kind of like the stat CMA. It's just broken up into more sections. Now to check my work, one way to do that is RPR. So from the subject property page, you see the RPR button in the corner. Click that. It'll take me there. RVM 363 200 with an average of 337 to 388. Hot dog, would you look at that? It's pretty close.
Yes, it is.
Now, if we go to Zillow, Zestimate is 342, 300. And if you scroll down just a hair, it'll give you a range 325 to 360. Now, my refine range for that property that I did last week would be a high of 360, a low of 340, and the recommended list price is 3. So, it's much tighter than what we got today.
Okay.
What is that? About a 20K band from low to high. Also last week, not sure if you read those announcements. I rarely do when you log into the MLS page, but they have given us a plugin for ChatGPT to the MLS or the AI model of your preference. So I'm going to show you real quick another way I'm checking my work, and hopefully someday very soon.
Are you good with AI?
What's that?
Yeah.
Forgot how to log in. Something's blocking my ability to log in. I'm sure it's, there's a lot of agents, the network, all things considered. So incognito for some reason allows me to bypass all that or get around those firewalls. I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff, but it works. Oops, I don't know if I did it. Retry. Google. That's crazy. Am I signed in? Yes, I am. Continue with phone. Continue with email. Error occurred during authentication. Please try again. It's ChatGPT how to fix this, because it is helpful if you haven't already plugged the MLS connector into your AI. If you're using one, it can be helpful. Now it will require some training and molding, but after a while, it should do things better than you. Experience temporary. Oh, there's a temporary back end outage. Try the incognito route again. It's not liking it on here. I don't know. SHERIDAN. You're welcome. Is ChatGPT down?
No, ChatGPT is operating normally right now according to OpenAI's system status.
Something to do with this computer. I'm not real sure, but from my phone, now that I've got that plug, do a new chat. Use the FBS connection to determine a value range for 4404 Walnut Creek in Lexington, Kentucky, 40509.
And I'm gonna have to go share it.
I'm gonna pull that probably up, but scratching numbers. I'll show you what that looks like. But it's essentially doing what we just did for the first property. Because it has access, it's got a direct connection with Imagine MLS now. So if you go to your announcements, go to menu, messages. You should see one that says your MLS data now speaks AI from July 17th.
Okay.
And if you use that link, it will show you, I hate that it does that. If you open that in a new tab, it'll show you how to set that up. Some of the cool stuff that I've used is like, hey, give me a 10-year report on the Central Kentucky market and identify any nuances. Right? Pretty cool stuff. Or I could just say, what's the 3 or 12-month average for Walnut Creek neighborhood, mostly Kentucky. So here is what it determined for the property we just worked on, the Walnut Creek. Conservative value 345 or 355, like the market value 355 to 365. And aggressive list price are showing exceptionally well with updates 370 to 380.
Yeah, it was very accurate.
It lists all the comps that it used and some of the resources that cross reference, like filter with feed and so
Yeah, I did that with this 106 legacy, I just wanna see if I'm right, if I need a lower the.
Yeah, let's check that out. So. X all that out, start fresh.
They got stuck on something to ask. you.
Well, sure, yes. Make sure you got my contact info top left corner there. 106 Legacy.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, Peyton, I didn't go back through though, was like 5 square foot days on market. Pretty much because we didn't have any active repeating there, but if we saw what, 2 to 3 weeks for it closed, if we saw the beginning at 3 to 6 weeks at about the same for lesser price per square foot, that could indicate potential shift. And when if you look at the active and it represents the same or even worse, that's something to be monitored over the next 3 to 6 months.
Hey, quick question on one that, so the AC unit, it has vents upstairs, but it stays hot upstairs for that heat rises, but it doesn't cool off. What does he mean there put in the disclosure?
Uh,
Nothing?
Is there a fan up there? No fan?
No fan,
Or try the
right?
vents open?
Yeah, the vents open and just doesn't get air.
Yeah. It gets air. Let's fix that word.
It gets air, but not enough for someone to actually like.
Well, it's hard for it to be it's hard to regulate the air because heat rises and there's no fan up there pushing back the fan. So I would put anything on the disclosure.
Oh, okay, alright.
Oh, yeah.
And hey.
Yeah. I like it, but it's already, it's.
You want me to grab one?
No.
It's got me busy already.
Yeah.
So
It's taking so long, doing this stuff, so. Looks like I Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that.
so
Alright. I'll see you all, thank you.
yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you coming. Hopefully it's helpful.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah, everything's helping me right now.
Well, good. Keep drinking from the water hose or the fire hydrant. That's what they call it.
That's what I'm saying. Just overload info.
Try to drink what you can.
Yeah,
Don't worry about what, you miss.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
that's so true, but it's so.
There's so much. And even the structure of it, like, doesn't really help us much. Like the fact that you got to go here and here and here to do one thing for one person, right? We got showing time, we got the MLS, we got Gmail, we got Century Key, we got showing time. Like, can we just have everything in one place? It's coming. That's kind of what the trend of technology is, making things easier, hopefully, right? So,
Okay, so let me speak, so basically the house was on the market, he bought it in April at 310. He has put in new granite countertops, all new flooring downstairs. And new,
this is one of those that may be worth staging. Cause there's a lot of space right there. Just going back to that previous, potentially, yeah. That's the best bang for your buck. Put a range in there. I mean, virtually or however.
have looked at two next door photos.
I think next door does it. Yeah.
Because it was-
Okay. Yeah, they should have all that they need. They're handy.
I also.
Okay.
Near the mallet.
I thought they put them in. No? Is that extra fee?
Maybe put,
Okay.
I'm just telling you that. signs.
Oh, yeah.
It is pink, I keep calling it a top of toy, because I didn't tell him that, but that pink Tesla,
Oh, he's got a pink Tesla?
the toy, the pink,
Oh, I'm not seeing that.
pink post installation and they.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, they're the ones that do the signs and like yeah.
Yeah, so when he installed it and he pulled up in a pink Tesla. Truck.
Oh, a full size.
Yeah, look.
Wow. Wrote that whole thing off of that. Cause I'd say that's over 5,000 pounds. A little bit of a hill in the backyard.
I keep hearing every day to my house.
That's tough. Yep. Another reason why I lean so heavily on these numbers, especially when I'm working with buyers, because at the end of the day, I'm going to give you a range of what I think the house would sell for. Ultimately, it's up to you to choose a price that you feel the home's worth to you and at a payment level that you feel comfortable paying. Because I'm not in the same market you're in. I'm not evaluating these homes, because if I look at a house here in Lexington at 250 and it is what it is, right? If I don't like it and I speak to my client in a way that suggests that, well, are they gonna like it? Probably not. How many options out there at 250 here in Lexington are there, right?
Yeah.
That aren't gonna consist of the same thoughts or the same, combo if I'm not careful.
Right. Gosh, that's good. Yeah, my husband's, with him being an engineer, so that kind of things. And so I need to get. I feel like my houses are sitting on the market a little too long.
Mm.
And with him being a builder, he needs stuff to move
Mm-hmm.
and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good to have that peanut butter and jelly, right?
But I just wanna make sure, cause he asked me that thing with the client last time they came, there was only 2 people that showed up at the open house. And she was like, 350, but she wanted a basement. And then he was like, well, we could do 360. Of course, I asked him, you wanna get a re-listed that, and he's like, no, but if somebody comes,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
But there's no basement, right? On
there
this
is a
one?
basement.
All right.
It was 4 bedrooms upstairs.
Trying to think of the best way to go about this would be.
So on, the last time we spoke, Friday on Monday, he asked me what did I think about lowering the price.
That's a great question. He's gonna necessarily bring that up to you. Smith's Legacy, what is that? 3 bed, 4 bed?
4
4 bedroom.
3, about 2.5 baths.
20 square feet.
26.58.
Cooked. Hey. Two stories,
Yes,
2 car.
yes.
Year.
2012.
Lot.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Average, low. There's the market. CFP. Senses. So. Real quick, that's in Berea. Do a quick search, unlike a house in. The lot, 23. That bought, days on market, OEM, SPOP, CC.
As,
Sell price, to list price ratio. That's a great question. So unlike the house we just did in Lexington, Berea, one of those rural markets, I'm not gonna go neighborhood specific. I'm gonna start broad and then work my way in.
okay.
As opposed to like Lexington, I might start very specific and then go broad. If I can't find enough comps in that one particular neighborhood with Berea, being Berea. I just want to make sure and start wide and then go small.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That totally makes sense, okay.
So single family, first things first, I'm going to locate the subject property. So click the red thumbtack, type in 106 Legacy, and that's Drive. Berea, Kentucky, zip code.
Uh, Don't laugh at me, but you can laugh. Okay, so let me start back at the very beginning and how you did that, so I'm gonna follow.
Oh, you're fine.
You did.
Yeah. That's the subject property. Now you'll have to open up a new tab, or if you hold maybe Control Shift here. Control, and click quick search, it'll open up a quick search. I'm a big short guy.
Thank you, that's why I was just like, how did you do that?
So red thumbtack, bottom right corner,
Okay, oh,
locate address, if you click. What was the stuff?
oh, it just, I already closed.
Yeah, I don't know what the stuff, yeah, perfect, yep, you're there.
Okay,
And type in the address of the subject, being 106 Legacy.
and
Oh, you're fine.
and then I had to check my yoga starter that helps me. Okay,
From here, now, once you type in that address, you hit enter, it finds the location, click use this location. Yep,
oh, yeah,
because if you don't click that and you start moving the map around, the red thumbtack will drag with you.
okay.
But
So
now
if
it's,
I get this right here, this is radius search, street view, bird's eye, remove pin.
you could do any of those that you want. When I'm in Lexington, if I'm familiar with the neighborhood, I'll go, I'll draw a polygon around that neighborhood
Okay,
that I'm familiar with. But if I'm not, a couple ways to run that. So this is a Beaumont subdivision in Berea. So I type in Beaumont for the subdivision name, but since I know there's also one in Lexington, I'm going to go to city and type Berea. So I'm not familiar with this neighborhood in Berea, and that's okay. So nonetheless, I'm going to want active, pending, contingent, closed status properties in this. And one quick way to get familiar with that neighborhood over time in the MLS is just under close date. If you click those arrows, you toggle between dates and days. Do you see that?
I do, but I'm, hold on one second.
Yeah, take your
I
time.
got the stats.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and you, so you don't just click them all,
Yeah, just click them all.
you do click all?
Except for expired, withdrawn, canceled.
Wait a minute, so even though I'm clicking them,
Mm-hmm.
I put one,
Yeah, they click one at a time. So you got a couple options. You can click and drag or click control. Or you can just put active, double shift, we're gonna close. So control's your best friend now.
Here, okay.
And then close date. Yours may look like 2 dates, month, day, year.
Yeah, but yours is 2025. Mine has 1/21, 20, 26.
That's okay. But if you click those arrows, what happens?
182.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. Now change that to 9,999. So what did that do? That gives me an idea of where that neighborhood historically lies in the MLS.
For my pen, I never hit radius search for the bird's eye.
That's okay.
I just left it shows.
Oh, it left it there? Yeah, you close it.
Am I good?
Now if you scroll out a little bit, or zoom out. Opposite way. Yeah, there we go. So that's kind of the neighborhood area based on historical records and MLS, right?
Okay.
That's 9,000 days.
Okay,
So that tells me where I can draw that polygon now,
okay.
right?
But your purchase thing, okay, 366, okay.
Yeah, now that's just a quick test to see where that neighborhood most likely is. I'm gonna flip that back to 366. Because unlike Lexington, I'm not just gonna draw a polygon around that area. I'm gonna do all of Berea.
Oh, really?
Now, since I've got 5 though here in this neighborhood. Active pending closed. Let's see. Now I did a subdivision named Beaumont. And the,
Got 113 Legacy Drive. It's a very, very small neighborhood.
and that's why I'm gonna go all of Berea. Now, what was the year on that? 2012? Is that the same characteristics here in these other homes? Pretty much post 2000. And I think that's a good threshold, especially in Berea. I'm gonna take off the subdivision name and I'm gonna go year built, minimum of 2000. Knowing that this is 2-story.
Now, you're going 2000 to 2012 or? No, you get to left it now.
Yeah, I just left it open. Yeah, now what I could do, but I want to be careful also and not weed out too many. I could go 1990 to, let's say, 2020. If I wanted to be super specific. Now, here's the issue with that.
Okay.
Is if there's a house, I'm sure you've seen out there that's super old, so old that nobody knows how old it is. Like, what do they put right there for the year built good?
Oh, I don't know.
It's usually 999.
Oh, it is.
So with those parameters in there, if I have a cutoff maximum year build of 2020, will those unknown year built comps come into the search?
No.
They won't, because they're higher than 2020. Yeah. Another way you could do that is you could change this to 2020. I think that's right.
Well, your bill was 2012.
Right. But if I do that to 9998 and I go not between, that should be inclusive of homes built before 2020. Everything built before 2020. But let's not get too far down in those weeds. I'm going to leave that at 1990.
Okay.
And I'm going to go up to 2020. and change that back to between. So 231 total sales.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. I mean, it really depends on, like, if we're talking 2026, I wouldn't. Yeah, because too, it's gonna depend on the builder. Like, if you look at some of these small home developments, their resale tends to outsell their new construction in terms of price per square foot.
Oh.
Because that house isn't built yet versus something that's available now,
Right,
right?
right.
And they're just building them at a cost that nobody really can compete at from a builder standpoint because of the volume that they do it at and the network of vendors and pricing that they get.
Okay.
So levels though, 231, that's a lot of options to pilfer through. So one quick way to minimize that, again, remember we cast that net wide. Now we're gonna bring it back in. So living area, I'm not so much worried about living area as I am above grade living area because we know the subject property has 2,600 square foot above grade. So I'm gonna add a field. If you see the little blue button at the bottom of that criteria list, from here above grade, I'm just gonna type in above. I just typed above. So add field, type above, and I'm gonna select this right here.
In the level section?
Oh, no. No, that's right below the level section. Add filter or add a field.
And then do above.
Yep.
See you all.
Ah,
Then finished area, okay.
so if you search that, click above grade finished. So I think most two-story houses, what's the smallest two-story house you've seen?
The smallest two-story.
That's not a fair question. What do they typically start at on the smaller end of things?
Where, Marie?
Just anywhere. Probably about 2,000. Yeah, about 2,000.
Okay.
2,000 square foot. Now, granted, you got a two-story house, it's 2,600 square foot. Let's assume the first floor is the same size as the second floor. So that'd be about what, 1,300 square feet on each
Yes,
floor?
yes.
So let's assume, okay,
20 something.
if a house like yours had a basement and it was a full basement, how big could that house be in total size?
Oh, gosh, that could be, another, so 26, so like almost close to 5,000 square feet, so 4,500.
Close, if you could have more than one basement, but remember that main level is the same size as
Well,
that's.
right, so it's only I know this, you're only adding on an additional 1,300 square feet.
So
I'm
it's
so sorry.
4,000, right?
Yes, yes.
So if I go above grade finish, 2,000 at least. Now, again, this is above grade. So above grade, I probably don't want to go any more than 3,000. Because that's 400 square foot larger above grade than what we have to offer. So if I put above grade finished area, it'd be a total of almost 4,000. Let's go 4,200. That takes 49 results down to 48. If I take it to 4,000, we're still at 48. That's not significant enough. And that one that I'm eliminating could be a solid comp to consider. So I'm just gonna leave that off there as far as the living area. I'm just gonna leave above grade finished. That on here as a criteria, 2,000 to 3,000.
Now levels, do you put 2?
So levels. Since we've got 2 stories, I don't think it would be all that bad. Really to consider a 1.5,
Okay.
maybe even a multi-split, but that would be the least of my concerns. Or even a 3 or more, whatever that is. So instead of selecting all those levels, I'm just gonna select one. Right? So there's 22 one levels in there. Well, obviously,
Right.
we don't want to look at those.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna click of, beside the one to change that to not one. So now I've got 27 results and none of those should be one level.
How did you get not one?
So right,
Uh,
actually on that one, it's the or. Did that work?
and it's gonna be. Go back to, let me see yours again.
Which part?
I don't see not.
So under levels,
Uh-huh.
you got one right here. So all yours look like this. So if you check one, how many options you got? Well, up at the top, it says view results.
Mine's 49.
Okay.
Yours is 2.
Yeah, let's start from the top. You got single family, property subtype.
Property subtype. Nope, I have seen it on now.
Perfect. Did that change? Are we at 22?
Nope.
You did active, pending, to closed. 366 days back on close date.
Purchase and close date, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Year built 1990 to 2020.
Yes,
City of Berea.
yes. I didn't put in there.
No, you're fine. Above grade finished area between 2,000 and 3,000.
Yes.
And of levels 1.
Bubbles. Okay, on that.
What do you get?
Down to 22.
Perfect. Now on the levels 1, next, the or. Yep.
Yes, no, it's that one. You know where the cookie?
The right above that. I did the same thing. That's the only one that's kind of like that. So now you've got 27.
Yes, now I have 27.
Well, since we've taken a list of like what 320 all the way down to 27, this is where I would start now.
Okay.
Wouldn't add the garage on there just yet because garage is easy to factor in. I've seen appraisal reports factoring in 5,000 for a 1-car garage, 10,000 for a 2-car garage.
Okay.
But at least now we've got enough apples to see which ones are most comparable to legacy.
Yes. Now you're not looking at it. Pictures.
Nope. So if you up at the top of the screen, there's a reset. Yeah. If you toggle between those two, you've got a 1-line grid or whatever you call this one. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but not in day for me. Like this right here spins my head around. I can't make heads or tails of it. But right here, boom, man. It's like, okay, I can read this. Okay.
That's right.
It's easy to read left to right when everything's on a single line. Um, so the first thing I'm going to do though is sort this list of results based on sold price per square foot from high to low. So I came all the way over to my column, sold $sign per square foot, sort descending. Main question, do you have this column?
Yes, I just descended it.
Perfect.
And then top, Linda, Liza. Yes, you do.
Yep. Now keep in mind the sort that you just did, it's not going to necessarily sort these that are active or contingent or pending because keep in mind we sorted the sold price per square foot and all those are blank. So I just wanted to see that closed data sorted because that's what I'm gonna go through and review first to see what's the most comparable. And then I'll come back and look at the active and pending. Because the closed are gonna be the most indicative of how I suggest a price.
Okay.
Because I don't care what somebody's asking if they ain't getting it.
If they're.
And my goal is to get a contract, right? And even the pending, like, that's good to know. That, hey, the market responded, at least one person from the market responded to their price.
Yeah.
But whether or not they close, who knows?
Sure, that's so true.
And I don't know what that contract is, because we're only gonna find that out when it does close, if it closes.
It's fucking so.
So I'm cognizant of that information, but I'm putting more emphasis on the closed properties.
Yes.
How long have I been here? I've been with the Catalyst Group, I mean, since we started in 2019. I've been licensed and here at KW Commonwealth, formerly known as Greater Lexington, since 2017. Yep. Yep.
I have a question.
Shoot.
I have a friend of mine, used to be my neighbor in Georgia. She's a nurse, she's in tonight, she left me. Where am I? She, after this, I'm going to 475. She's like, we'll go ahead and sign it. We'll be there. She said she's gonna be there at 6. Well, I already have plans to go, dinner and understand what she does with the lady that does equating cats. The walking easy.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you where it is.
And I completely misunderstood what she did. And so I called her and was like, I wanna have, if we're building, would like to have a home stage. How much will it be for you to bring in? Sit on. So how do you do that? I said, oh, but I also have another client who's gonna need clinic. I don't do that. And I'm like, okay, I'm totally not understanding what you do. And I have her information where I took all the ones that place of the process. So probably, I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but I did it. And so, for me, should I be scheduled for me? Well, instead of going to dinner, we may change and being in the bar, although the tar is
Sign up.
honestly, be in the. I get that.
That's how they should be.
You know, that. That's okay. They canceled the other one. Sure, because she's not in it either, right?
Yeah.
You do.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it depends on how close you are with that person that is coming here tonight.
Yeah.
But like the dinner, it's nice and all to network. But you can probably find out what she does from like a brochure or reading something, somewhere. Now, granted, the Wildcat group, they do so much that it's hard to track who does what unless you're paying close attention, which I'm not. Cause they've got obviously the movers, they've got the organizers that will come box your stuff up for you. And then they've got the cleaners that will come in after the fact and clean the place or before, and clean the place before they move you in. And I'm sure they got another one or two extensions from that, but that's all I know at the moment. Now, I wanna say, there's a dark-headed lady that does
Yeah, that's
self-organizing.
That's fine.
What is her name?
Christy.
Christy. And then there's maybe a blonde headed lady that. I don't know what she does. That's all I know. But yeah, to answer your question, I would say,
Stick with business, right? The business,
yeah,
that's, I think that would be my priority. Okay, sorry about.
no, you're fine.
But
That would be my suggestion.
just an outside.
Mhm. Because you can always get that back on the books, right? You can do that tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, versus career nights tonight, they do that, what, once a month, twice a month? Yeah.
She's, yeah, willing to sign that.
yeah, I would be here, make sure she feels comfortable, introduce her, play the room. That way she's not only feels comfortable, but she's excited, introduce her to the people that she needs to know. Yeah, you can catch up with Lady Cat organizing. I find out more now, their services are good to use and be aware of, because at the end of the day, and Sarah, I love her to death, and I'm not putting her business out here by no means, but she's one that will go clean a client's house
Nobody's up there.
if nobody,
Nobody's up there, right?
no. She's one that will go clean a client's house just to, before they're gonna move in, or even before photos, like, that's great. And I'm all about going above and beyond, but like,
See, I've done all that.
yeah,
I can't.
that's not the best return of your time,
Right,
right?
and I'm learning that,
Mhm.
So.
Now, granted, if the client's unwilling or unable to do it themselves, here's some people that will,
Yeah,
right? That we know and like and trust.
right,
Yeah,
okay,
so like, I always like to have options to present as solutions anytime something comes up that could be a potential hurdle,
yeah,
right? Let me grab some more.
okay, go ahead. So one of my laws, he was, it's got a policy. If you, yes, like, she was not, she's gonna sign up, she's actually, the notice, the school notice for themselves, preschool. And she wants to do this one, so she came to where, and I don't know, right, she gave two today, then she came. Maybe do what's called. Yeah.
No, I can post, I get back to it. This ain't you. Wrapping up class, I see two else in the class.
I'm like, what? So.
You should come, I do it once a month.
Okay. Here, well.
Well, I ain't the person to tell you that. I'm here once a month, it's each class. Yeah, should be a good day. Well, holler if you need anything.
Okay. Well, okay, so okay, I thought you, so she said she's gonna be here at 6. And so, but I'm here now, doing some training with us, I understand. But yes, so we're talking. Yeah, I'm just, what? So, okay. I know. Yeah, she has two, her second daughter just graduated, high school, going to college, I think that's probably. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, all right, thanks, everybody. All right, well, that worked out.
Good.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so real quick, I've sorted from high to low, price per square foot, right? First things first, top of the list, 248 a square foot. Yep,
What is, it was use per footage.
the sale price per square foot. Yeah, we sorted. You sorted right.
Yeah, but you have Kingston out there.
Well, no, that's a subdivision. Yep. But remember, it's only going to sort these at the bottom that are closed. So 248, next one in line is what, 194? That's a big jump. What do you got?
Reader minutes.
Yeah, this class.
Oh, yes. I did something like this at the association thing. I think it's.
This class.
No, and it was not this today.
I'm gonna share this view with you, like.
And it's touchscreen.
Here we go. So, in just a second, you're gonna refresh that screen.
Okay.
If I go to my views, this is what you're gonna find in a second after you refresh your screen. What's your last name?
Freeman.
Daphne?
That's my daughter. She's now over at Meridian Title.
But she's got her license?
Oh, yes.
I'll give it to her just in case. So now you're gonna want to refresh your screen
In meaning that little circle at the top, right?
right here.
Sure. Yeah, right there, yeah.
That's the one. Reload the page.
Right now I have residential pyramid, detail.
Yeah, select the detail. Edit. Say.
Same where.
Okay.
Okay. I'm looking over because I opened up the gym and I think. Well,
Go back to search. Go ahead and save this. Say legacy. Legacy.
Okay.
Say
Sorry.
okay. Fresh. Save search. Thanks.
You're in.
So you type in 106 legacy, your safe search should come up. Okay, so I go to save search.
So what does that mean?
I don't know. It's just, that's a tough way to save it because it's address. So it's the quick search up there is gonna try to pull addresses based on your search. You drop till maybe that's the same view that I'm looking at.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What was the question before that though?
But I'm here.
Oh, the safe search. So like I save my CMAs with the prefix CMA. So if I type in 4404 Walnut Creek, CMA, Walnut Creek, so I don't have to go into those extra little menus to find my saved searches. And you probably notice all these little buttons up here at the top. These are things that I use commonly. If you click menu, these little stars, if you hover next to it, that will add it to that little top part.
Okay.
So from here, going back to the search, you've got the same view. Make sure yours are sorted based on sold price per square foot.
Yeah, and I need to do that right now. Right?
Yep,
And I'm gonna do this, descending.
yep. So now we're gonna start by eliminating outliers. First outlier you see top of the list, 248 a square foot. The next highest is what? Yeah,
This is 175.
oh, now that's list. So price, next top.
Oh.
Found it?
Yes.
All right. So what's the second highest?
194.75.
It's a big difference, right? So let's see why. Well, just glancing at the specs, one's 2020, one's 1993. And then the one right below 1993 is 2020. But those are the two newest on the list. Now, the highest price per square foot here, look at that. I can go ahead and tell you. So that's a log cabin. And another thing, should have checked this before I even looked at the picture. What could elevate that price per square foot? That's what I've added all those columns for that I just shared that view with.
Oh, right.
So without looking at the pictures, can you find one of those columns that may suggest why it's much higher than the rest?
Hold on. I'm just gonna redo this because I can't see.
That's fine. Sit right there.
Okay. You want me to sit right here? Okay.
Wherever you feel most comfortable.
Okay, so. All right, let's move this right. Okay. What was your question? What is the,
Is there a column that you can find on there that gives you any indication as to why the property at the top of the list, closed price per square foot, is so high, so much higher than the others?
okay, and you're talking about these two right here that are 2020, or am I gonna look at this entire list?
I would say just, let's look at the one at the top because it's the only one that sold above 200 square foot.
Okay, so then, whoa, it's $655,000. So those are in the same ballpark, so that needs to go.
Yeah, well, can you figure out which one of those columns suggests why it should go?
Well, subdivision is rural,
Yeah, and
that's also Garrett County.
I'm cheating, so let me just scroll over. These are the columns that you really should be evaluating. For now.
So now are we asking the same question on these?
Same question, yeah.
Okay, so. August 2025.
Older so,
August,
was the market that much better last year?
no,
Yeah.
aren't we still on the same thing?
Yeah,
But this says convention. Well, that just has to do with.
that's the type of loan that,
Oh,
yeah.
I did. No closing costs.
Levels 1 and 1.5, primary on the first floor, that oftentimes adds value. Or,
Oh, mine's out of the first floor.
but the biggest kicker, I would say,
Is the cost, right?
well, the cost, yeah, but we're trying to figure out what leads to that cost from these fields. Right?
Yeah, but
What about lot size?
oh, the lot, wait, I'm like, wait a minute, the lot is 28 acres.
Yeah.
That
was-
was almost right there.
You were almost pointing at it, before I scooted it over. So yeah, that would play a huge role,
Yeah.
right? Now, does it always? Not necessarily, because
But
if the
that's-
house is a dump and needs bulldozed on 28 acres, that's a different story. It probably wouldn't be at the top of the list though. So moral of the story, 28 acres, that's 28 more acres than the subject property. And if I'm looking at this list from top to bottom, that's probably the biggest lot on here, except for this one that's active. So that's what's pushing that price per square foot up, because it's no longer a matter of just price per square foot, because you got to factor in acreage now.
Right. Okay, so that's not it.
Now, granted, okay, let's assume for a second though, that's your house that you're trying to sell. But all the other houses don't have that kind of acreage. How do you back out that value per acre? Well, you would look at the houses that very similar to yours without that acreage, figure out kind of a range of price per square foot. Okay, here's what this house is worth, somewhere between 3 to 350. All the extra here would be the acreage. So what's the difference? Divide that by the acreage. Now you've got kind of a rough estimate of the price per acre for Berea.
Okay.
That's just a side tip. But we're gonna select all real quick since we only have 27 here. I'm gonna deselect the one that we just ruled out due to the acreage factor. And then let's move on down our list of sold price per square foot.
So you select all.
Yep,
Select.
yep. So moving down, did you get that deselected?
Mhm.
So moving to the next highest price per square foot at 194. Shoot.
Sure. Contingent and active all selected?
Yeah, for now. We'll come back to that. So 194 is the next highest. And right below that's 173. So that's a $21 per square foot jump. Not that big of a deal, but let's see why. Well, anything stand out to you from these columns? Another one. And it's 1.5.
All space. Wow.
It's cash. I don't know how to take that. How many days on market?
Goes on, please.
18, 3 weeks. So it's not like the cash got a deal there. Plus, this is at the higher end of price per square foot.
It's 10 acres.
It's 10 acres, big lot. Now, if we want to double check and make sure that's enough to rule this one out, we could check it out. It's a weird lot. Now, how does the house itself compare? Different because it's older.
Beautiful.
It's a little bitty fan.
Hmm.
Yeah. But this has got enough acres to say, let's keep it off there for now. But granted, or uncheck it for now. That's what I meant to say. Now granted, if we go through the rest of this list and we just can't find anything, it may be a situation where if we determine that one to be the most comparable, then we've got to take the value for the acreage out of that to figure out the best price for the subject property.
Okay.
But we're just not there yet. Moving to the next one on the list here, 173 a square foot, and now it's a little more gradual. You see that until we get to here. So going back there, it's got 3.5 acres. Now that sounds like on paper significant, but if 2.5 or more of that acreage is all hill or, cliffside, then it's obsolete. So if we look at those photos, newer house, 2020, right?
Oh,
Pretty sharp. What do you think? Should we keep it or get rid of it? Flat acreage. Might even have that extra storage on there. It does.
yeah.
2 extra storage. Now I'm at the point where it's not apples to
No,
apples.
not at all.
So I'm deselecting that one. Going back to my main list. That was Ford Lane, 40 Ford Lane.
Okay.
Now we're at $172 a square foot, just $1 less. The acreage, 1 acre. Not much value going into the land there. House was built in 1998. It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, 2,000 square foot home. Let's see what that looks like. Siding versus some brick and siding, or is it all brick here?
Yeah, it's-
Some siding on the back. Okay. So somewhat comparable. The outside exterior quality at the subject's better. No garage, or no, there is a 2-car garage. They got a carport too. 1 acre lot. Just a little traditional home. Nothing too crazy here knocking your socks off. No fireplace in the other house. There was one here.
see,
Carpet's kind of funky. Going back to the kitchen. Maybe.
Mhm.
Big backyard, mostly flat, 1 acre. Hardwood throughout the main level here.
Do they have it dining?
Do they have a dining room?
Was, there was an eating kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is there also a separate dining? There is a separate. Dining.
Separate dining, yeah.
Okay, so this place,
What the subject?
it just has.
You got enough space to do something
Well, yeah,
somewhere.
Kitchen came with bar chairs.
Yeah,
And the rest of that is gonna be.
true.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 tables. But yeah, all right, I wouldn't have to consider.
No, but you got space.
Mhm.
Now this one looked like they had some drywall work to the ceiling there. It's probably a bathroom upstairs. Where did I see that at? Right here.
Um,
Or they replaced the light. One of those big long
Mhm.
lights, and just went with the globe. But I think this one is a good one to keep on there for now. Yep. So moving on to the next. On 11 Cabernet, mostly brick with some siding, I believe. Traditional layout, hardwood floors. Nothing extravagant here. I mean, those cabinets are cool. Good condition, traditional. You got some vaulted ceiling in the bedroom there. Updated bathrooms. This looks like probably a finished space over the garage, like formerly attic. Hardwood throughout the upstairs.
no base.
No basement. You've got this screen, sunroom, porch,
Oh, it's double.
double porch. Yeah. We'll leave that one on here just for now, but we know that that's probably the upper tier. And unless, something on at the subject property convinces us otherwise, then we'll probably eliminate that. Let me go back to the list, because if we could look at those in every detail, we'll be here another couple hours.
Oh, yeah. That things to do.
So going down the sale price per square foot, we're at 156 a square foot. This is built 2012, about the same age, yeah. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms.
Okay.
Almost the same. So if we take that square footage, and we multiply it by the subject property, that could be, a safe high end. So 156.
What are we gonna multiply?
The 156.
Times 6.
58.
I'm coming at 114,600.
So 415 would probably be the top end that I would want to be aware of. Of course, you're not listed at that, which something else I was going to look at here. Oh, it's important though, because we're applying a lot of these calculations to what? The square footage. That's why I want to emphasize that you've got that square foot correct, because anytime I pull up a subject property and there's more than one MLS record that's at the beginning of class, if there's a discrepancy, I want to get some clarity on that discrepancy.
So wait a minute. Is this the same, is this the same house?
These are all the listings that came up in Berea for 106 Legacy.
Do you see where yours is 15,700?
Yeah, I don't even, and 2005. So that was a proposed construction. So navigating through this, that's a proposed, this is, let's see. It's hard to see. That's a fake office. I don't know if that is just added for record purposes, because before we migrated to this new MLS, we had the same system. I don't even know why we did that. However, before that migration, our records went back to like 08.
Okay.
Now, since we switched to this new one, I don't know if there were some records off the books that hadn't been added to the system yet. So the MLS did all that for us for comp purposes, which is great. But I did notice some, inconsistent data points or incomplete, because maybe they didn't have all the data points that we currently use today
Okay.
for those older records. So take those with a grain of salt. Plus, where this house hadn't been built yet. Now, granted, if we wanted to find out who the builder was, one way we could do that is either through the listing record from the private or public remarks. Another way we could do that is navigate to the PVA record. Don't see it on there. Now, granted, you would have to be familiar with some of the small builders as well as the bigger builders when you, Beaumont, Todd Builders
2000.
got the lot for 17, built a house, sold it for 159 in 2013. So, knowing that,
2013, because his sign is this Todd Buildings is still in the yard outside. He's saying, you want my daddy's sign in the yard.
that's so funny.
Oh. And then, but the guy that I'm dealing with is like a totally different builder, and I'm like, well, who actually built the house? He didn't even know.
Interesting. Now, I've heard of Todd Builders before. So I feel good about that one. That one is at 156 a square foot, less than 1 acre. So that's a comfortable high for me for the subject property. So anything above that, I would feel confident in eliminating, but I'm not going to do that because I want some of those to be on the report, even if they're not Even if their price per square foot's not used in the calculation for the subject property. Yeah, the one we just looked at, I would leave as the top end for the calculations. Yep, that's what got us to the 415. Now it sold at 400, but that's because it was smaller. Now, if we go back out there, we know the comfortable high is no more than 156. Going on down through here, 152, 147. So I feel good in the bulk in the middle here. Let's go to the bottom.
122, no, that's. What is that?
Which one?
The one you're on, right?
114? Yeah, that's Northway. Let's see. What's wrong with those floors?
Ooh, they're, something's wrong with them. I've seen several houses like that in Korea with the floors done.
Maybe it's just the material.
No, I mean, no. I just-
There's gotta be a
this is really
basement.
not good.
Cause that has 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, 4 full bathrooms. It's all bedrooms and bathrooms, that whole house, gotta be.
What is that, 83 square feet?
So almost the same square footage you, but 2 more bedrooms and 1.5 more bathrooms. Which would make that house feel like mostly bedrooms and bathrooms, I would imagine.
And it's both nice.
Yep,
So we can take that.
yep. Cause that has the most bedrooms and bathrooms of all the comps. What is this? Well, shucks. I can't take that off.
Now, the crossings view, that one's 3,500 square feet.
That one's probably got a basement. So perfect example. None of these houses, except for the one you just mentioned, have a basement, right?
Okay.
That should be the bottom of my list. Anything below that should be investigated like we just did
Mhm.
and most likely ruled out.
Mhm.
Because if a house with below grade finished area is outperforming one where all the above grade or all the finished area is above grade, then there's an issue there, right? Even if we can't see it.
So right here where it says finish, yes.
Mhm. Yep, so I've added below grade finish, so I know exactly how much of that is finished.
14, which
Mhm.
is what you were mentioning, if I was to add 1,300.
Correct. Yep,
Okay, so that's what's given it 3,035 square feet.
yep. Now granted, 1,400 above grade finish, 2,000. Might even be a story and a half on a basement. And it is. Would you look at that? So even more of a reason that this bottom one should be ruled out. And the one that we just looked at should be ruled out.
So it's the process.
Yep. So now we've got a price band with a low of 126 a square foot. Let's see what's going on there. Because then it jumps to 132. Not a significant jump, but it's $6. And then it goes 3, 1, 3, 4, 1, 4, 5. You see, so
I
that.
see that.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm just trying to find it on my thing. All right.
So evaluating the one that's 126 a square foot,
Yeah, that's.
built in 2007, it's even got 5 acres. So shooting from the hip here, I'd say it's condition related. Let's see. Nope, that's a cap. It's a different cabin. Yeah. This is tangerines. We're looking for apples, so I'm just gonna head and eliminate that one. Yep.
What was that one?
That one was Red Lick Road.
Okay. But we still. The crossing is supposed to came off, right? 176 crossing.
It did. Red Lick Road as well.
Okay, and North Grandview. Drive.
Yep. Those bottom three. Yep. Now, if we wanted a clean look at what we have selected, just up at the top left, click selected.
You have 21, I have 20.
Oof. Let's go back to results. So bottom three are unselected.
Great, North Way Drive, crossing view and Meditate.
And if we look to eliminate from the bottom, then we should also look to eliminate from the top, which I've eliminated the top three closed.
Gabbard,
Gabbard.
Barrett,
Yep.
and Portland.
You got it. And you still only have 20?
Contingent, okay. 20, 38, doing the okay. Let's do this out. Or. My legacy drives license.
Oh. You'll want to get the subject property if it's in the list. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So
Now, no, you're fine. Now you'll want to resort because sometimes that'll throw the sort out of whack.
and I'm sorting descending, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So now we've got 172 at the top, 132 at the bottom
Can you say 172?
per square foot. I'm sorry. So
Yes, 172.12.
perfect.
Okay.
So obviously that's a big jump from 157 to 172. I can't remember if we were looking to eliminate that or not. Let's see how big that house is. So that one's at the top of our list, and it also appears to be one of the smallest, if not the smallest on the list. Yeah. 2016 square feet, 1 acre.
Your house not the one that's 2,081 square feet too.
Yep. Now that's a little bit further down, so we'll probably look to eliminate that one too, because some of these bigger ones shouldn't outperform that smaller one unless the location is better, the condition is better, or the size is better. The three factors that influence price and value:
And
condition, price, or size.
yeah, because you can't move the location. It would change the
You
condition,
can change the condition. Maybe you can change the size, maybe not.
right? It would change.
Well, so that's how it related to me was the three things that impact value or whatever was location, condition, and price. But that didn't make sense, right?
Right.
Because value is price. So
That's-
I modified it to location, condition, size. Because most oftentimes the size, we figure up things based on price per square foot. So the size has to play a role. It's just the condition of that finished area, whether or not if it's more valuable or less valuable. Now, location, to your point, can't change that.
Sure.
So when I'm working with a buyer and maybe their criteria along with their budget limits the amount of results that hit their search, and the very few that we go look at don't match anything in what they're looking for, how long are we gonna do that for before we have a conversation around those three factors? What would you like to change?
Okay.
Because here's what I've noticed since working together is the very few houses that we went and saw that were potential candidates, we've ruled completely out. So should we adjust, we can't do nothing with your budget. That is what it is, whatever the
Right.
bank's willing to lend you or what you're willing to pay monthly. So we have to look at location. Condition, are you willing to do some repairs, some updating? If not, that's okay, no judgment here. Well, can we change the size or the location of your search?
Mhm.
Because if we keep looking for the same thing,
Right.
what are we expecting to change to produce more results? The market?
That's good.
When's that gonna happen? When the rates drop?
Rates drop.
Yeah, well, great. Cause those $10,000 in closing costs that you need, probably not gonna be able to get when you're competing against 5 or 6 other offers. And that's what's gonna happen when those rates drop. Now, if you're willing to roll that dice and take that gamble, by all means do so. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't tell you what kind of expectations to have when those rates drop, because it's gonna be, a frenzy,
Right.
right? So like the money that you think you're gonna be saving with a lower rate, well, how much money are you gonna be saving if you can negotiate on that same house today versus have to pay 10 to 15 grand more above asking tomorrow when those rates are less, just to compete and get your offer accepted, right? There's a trade-off,
Right.
always. Uh, so what was we looking? Oh, Saddlebrook.
Yeah. No, we were, here, it was Randy, 2016, right?
We're gonna eliminate that for now, and we're gonna eliminate this one. And I think there was one more. Creekside Village, 285. And Crystal Meadows. So anything that has a 0 in the second digit. So anything less than 2,100 square foot, I should say. So that was at the top at 122 Raven. That was 148 Saddlebrook, number 15. Number 18, 1133 Jamestown. And number 19, 205 Jesse Court.
Okay.
Yep. Now,
17? Okay, I did too.
yep. Now, one quick trick, I'm gonna pull Raven Drive back in because I don't want to lose it right here. So just check it. And then I'm gonna re-click selected because I'm gonna get rid of those two that I dropped that were sub 300. Because there's no sense in, like, if I sort this price ascending, I shouldn't really consider a house sub 300 unless I think the subject could be worth less than 300. Right?
No, he's not gonna go for that at all.
Same thing at the top end. Should I leave a house in here at 474.5? That's contingent if the subject property is 100 grand less than that and hasn't sold yet.
No.
Right. Now, also to that point, if you look at the acreage for that house, 68, almost 69 acres. Another reason to eliminate it.
That's the Liza Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Liza.
Yeah. However you want.
Bridge Drive.
Rolling Bridge. Okay, Rolling Ridge. We'll leave that on here just because it's active, but we'll probably let's go ahead and take it off. You're right. Yep. Now I'm gonna click selected again. Now I'm down to 15. I'm gonna resort sold price per square foot descending. Now that 172 a square foot, I'm gonna eliminate. I'm just gonna uncheck, I'll say. Because from here, I'm just gonna get a quick idea.
That's one.
Yep. You found it? Eagles Landing is a subdivision map. You're on
Raymond Drive?
it. Yep.
Okay.
So from here, that's a pretty good range to, yeah, and that's why I don't want to eliminate it altogether. I can bring it back in. That's 122 Raven Lane. I'll show you the quick way about what I was going to do. So if I click the stats button and I look at the ones that I've selected only, there's 14 here. Yeah, that's a newer feature. It came around sometime in the past 10 months. What I like about it is, the SP to LP, the sold price to list price ratio, like that's fine and dandy, but that only tells you what the house sold for, the ratio it sold for compared to its most recent list price. So if you adjust your price to, what are you at right now?
372, is that what? 372?
Where's that at?
Yeah.
Yeah, 372. So let's say you adjust the price to 360 and you get a contract at 360. The MLS is going to show that you sold that at an SP to LP ratio of 100%. Like you got 100% of what you were asked. When in reality you did, but that's not what you were originally asking, right? So on this stat feature here, it gives you both the sold to list ratio as well as the sold to original list ratio.
Which is more accurate.
Mm-hmm. So going back to like setting those expectations before, if we're priced right, we should sell within, 2 to 3 weeks within that average sold to list ratio. But if we're priced wrong, we may end up taking another 2% less than what we originally thought.
Okay, so hold on one second.
Yeah.
Looking at this. Okay, so 3.6 bedrooms, highest 5, so median is 4. Awesome. So the high price 465?
Yep. In the list. Yeah. With current list price of 448.
And that's 5.
Well, no, not necessarily. That's just the high in each column. So the most bedrooms, the most bathrooms, the highest list price, the most square footage. And keep in mind, it's all the statuses here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So one thing to keep in mind, let's do this instead real quick. So stat CMA. I'll do stat, next, individual, median. View that. So if I'm emphasizing the closed price per square foot to determine pricing for the subject, I know that house could be worth at least potentially 20, what's the square foot? 2658. That's 415, 417.
But see that.
Now, granted, we didn't finish that topic about the square footage because I'm going to show you why that's so important. Because at a 157 times 2658. Oh, wait, never mind. So this is off. This is a difference of 100 square feet. Doesn't sound like a lot, right?
But it is.
But at 150 a square foot, what is that difference? 15 or 150 a square foot times 100 square foot difference. That's $15,000.
So where is the square foot coming from?
Just the difference between your current listing and the previous two. But now, before that, it was 2,600. And if we look at the PVA record, they have got 2658. But granted, PVA is not the most accurate source of info, so caution that.
Can you scroll down? So I have, should I look at what they sent me from, the records from next door photos when they do the measurements of the,
If they do the measurements, that can be helpful. Yeah.
they did do that.
Now, if the property's been appraised and you've got a copy of that report, it'll be on there too. Did you get a loan to purchase it?
No, remember I'm selling this.
Yeah. Who owns it?
Um. Hunter.
Okay. Never mind, scratch that. Now, if they bought it with a loan and they got an appraisal done, then you could reach out to the banks, to the bank that did the loan and request an appraisal, or the buyer could, or the current owner.
Okay, so he has one.
He does have one?
Yeah, cause remember he sold it for 310.
Mm.
He bought it for 310.
Yeah.
Maybe he's upgrades, he's trying to sell it.
Now, granted, depending on how he bought that, if he bought that as an investor and, he did the mock up to show what it would be worth after the fact, depending on the value there, the bank sometimes, depending on that relationship too, and their plan, they might not even do an appraisal. They might say, oh yeah, here you go. We can override the appraisal need, save you $500-600. And because we can support the price, not only you're paying, but it's low enough that we don't need to send someone out there.
Right, okay, so this right here, this WNA, this is his builder.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's who bought it, the grantee from the Johnson. Yep. Now, granted, if that isn't the right square footage, that's fine. What's that?
Can you go to photos?
Here?
No, on the property under, yeah, the flex.
For the legacy?
Whoa,
I would go, so,
oh, that's just the first.
no, that's the total. Yeah, this is QB Casa, looks like. So two things to be cognizant of here.
This skin.
Well, this is a good topic. So let me pull up one of our listings real quick. So I think it's helpful to have those floor plans on there, but something we've noticed with that technology, not to mention before we noticed it, we always put buyer to verify actual square footage, right? Because that puts the burden of proof on them. Like, hey, here's what we're advertising it as, whether it's based on the PVA, the previous MLS record, or an appraisal. But at the end of the day, buyer or buyer's agent to verify square footage, actual square footage, and schools to kind of alleviate the liability on your end, right?
Right.
So
So,
for our diagrams, we take off the measurements. So here's one of our listings. We provide the floor plan because people like that, but we take off the measurements.
okay, so how,
Whoever provided that to you should be able to just click a button and it'll wipe those measurements off, because I wouldn't take that as a gospel.
can Lisa take that, Lisa? 2011, can she take that off?
Should be able to, yeah. Yep. Because that's the last thing you want too, is there to be some kind of question of how old is it? Yeah. It is about to storm if it ain't already. No, you're fine.
So.
Yeah. Because this looks like the same software that we use for ours, like the diagram here.
Okay.
So there should be an option to just show the floor plan. Which one, this? Yep.
I know, I'm gonna go, maybe go get food, because I didn't even get any food.
Yeah, same.
You didn't get any input?
Uh-uh.
You know, this is our-
No, you're fine. So for quick
Yes, let's do it.
comparison. Now 2658 is the square foot that we're going with. Just be cognizant that could throw off our calculations by 15,000 if it's 100 square foot smaller. So just be aware of that. Now, that's great if somebody comes along and makes an offer at that. Now, be aware
But I got
if
that
the appraisal
2658,
from the person that bought
the
it,
person. Yeah.
that because they probably saw it on the PBA, because that's where it was. Now, granted, the previous listing was 2543 and the one before that was 2600. So you're close enough, but just be aware that if that varies significantly, well, the appraiser's going to find it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And now you're going to have to navigate that situation at that point in time. Rather than being proactive, you just be prepared to handle that reactively.
Take off don't even show him the 1574 square feet. I just need to show him.
Well, I would say verify that it's 2658, but yeah, you could show that. Correct.
I mean.
You don't have to do the 15, no. Yep. Because we know the average price per square foot or the high, if at a variance of 100 square foot, is about 15 grand. Now at the average, we'll call 147, 148. We do that math real quick. 147 times 2658. That's 390. But if we do 147 times 100, that's about 14 grand. If there's a discrepancy of 100 square feet, that's, still going to come out to be about, 13 to 15 grand. Calculating on the low price per square foot for Berea here from this list up to a high of 157. So there could be a discrepancy there, right?
That 100 square feet could cost up to $14,000.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, we don't need to ring any alarms yet. I just want you to be aware that I just noticed
Okay.
if it comes up down the road. So if you've got an appraisal report, we can check that because that's going to be the most reliable source. That's the only person that we can say is truly measured the home.
Okay. All right.
Feel pretty good about it?
So,
Now, granted, so I just use the low to high, so price per square foot to calculate based on the subject property square footage. a low to high sell range. I got
So the high, you're saying it would be 157 square feet.
yep. Which would translate to 415, which we know that's not true, right? Now, could the house be worth that if it had some different features? Maybe. I don't know.
If you did the average at 145 or.
I'd probably go, well, 147.
147.
Yeah. But even then, that's higher than your current list price, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to run into an issue of appraisal value. It's more so finding a buyer, getting them excited to buy the house, right? Because 147 a square foot turns out to be about 390.
147,
Mm-hmm.
yes, 390.
Mm-hmm. Now minus that.
That's what the appraisal's 397.
Mm-hmm. Now be careful with so you've got to, so at the beginning of the class, we talked about the three types of values, and that's important because assessed value, that's tax purposes, right? Appraisal value, that's typically for the bank and lenders. Market value is what somebody's willing to pay.
Yes.
And I gave the example that we've got a house currently under contract that's been appraised at least twice in the past 2 months.
So.
And the first appraisal was in consideration of the seller's refinance, or not refinance, but bridge equity to buy the next house, right? So bank sent an appraiser out. They said, hey, this house is worth 400 for the sake of the example. We went up at 425,000.
And the market.
Got a contract.
Oh, you did?
Got a contract. That buyer had a loan. That bank sent out an appraisal. Guess what they said? Price is good. So who's wrong?
Oh, my gosh.
It depends on what you get that appraisal for.
Yeah, because you can have 5 appraisers come in and they will all come out with something.
They're all gonna come up with something different.
Because right now, my metal mark property,
Mhm.
maybe. So, like, this was a closing June 16th at Tuesday, and we found out on Thursday. And it wasn't gonna go through, that 5 weeks to stop lady. So basically. When we got appraised for the HELOC,
Mhm.
was 320 and appraised for. When the guy bought it to 65. It appraised for 276,
Mhm.
but it was just, I mean. I don't know, I guess it's the bank, the house was full of stuff, all the antiques and everything, I don't know. But as a bathroom. The mermaid bathroom, room,
Which just goes to show you, I mean, appraisals are
they're all over the place.
all over the place. Depends on what you get it for. The bank oftentimes gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. It's as an owner that's trying to tap into some of the equity in the current home. They want to give you a loan, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're gonna earn on that interest. Versus a buyer that comes along to buy a house, while they want to give them a loan to buy that house. If there is a risk of overpaying for it, they want to alleviate that. So they might be a little more conservative in that situation, but they're still going to support the price where they can.
But now the solar panels have come to play.
Oh boy.
So neither, the other 2 appraisers never asked me a thing about the solar panels.
Mm.
This lady named Gretchen.
Oh boy.
You know her too? Yeah, she's not nice.
No, she's not.
So.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, wants to know about the solar panels. I said, I'm so sorry, but the last appraisal, I didn't go ahead to. And perhaps me about the solar panels, you're the first person. Or are they going to, are they paying for? What is that really her business? We're trying to appraise the house? I don't know.
I don't know in that situation, but I know she's a VA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this.
She's a common VA,
The VA.
especially up in Georgetown.
Yes, and so, but here's the thing, so they had a nurse that was gonna buy the house and she was willing to go. Up to, probably, well, I don't know exactly how much, but at 265, she's like, I'll pay more,
Mm.
and it was USDA. They said no, they went with the guy, Justin, because his mother's the neighbor.
His mother's what?
The neighbor,
Oh my gosh.
it's the exact same house, Amanda Markham sold that one, he has a pool and it's updated. Then they have a street that ended up never being made because there's a thing.
Oh, I don't know that.
No, we were like, oh.
Mine's off.
We're sorry, we're like.
No, it's
totally-
okay. I just was like.
It says preparing live stream.
Huh?
Yeah.
It says preparing live stream, so I figured it quit,
Oh,
but I don't know,
maybe it went on for so long.
maybe.
Oh, was it still having our conversation in there?
Not in the past. I mean, I don't know.
I just clicked Zoom and it's not up.
Yeah, it's been saying.
Actually, no, wait, here it is.